Climate change is upon us. It's clearly becoming a crisis, and it is presenting many new challenges. Today, we'll be talking about what is happening, what to expect, and most importantly, what we can do to protect our precious lakes and ponds. Our first speaker this morning is John Beeling, Interim Commissioner of the Department of Environmental Conservation. John serves as DEC's General Counsel. He's recently stepped into the role of Interim Commissioner at the DEC. He joined the Agency of Natural Resources in 2018. John has served as an attorney with the U.S. Department of Justice, the U.S. EPA, the Vermont and Massachusetts Attorney General's offices, the Vermont Department of Public Service, and the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection. John is a graduate of Tufts University and St. John's University School of Law. It is my pleasure to introduce John Beeling, Interim Commissioner of the Department of Environmental Conservation. Thanks, John.
Thanks a lot, Pat, and thanks for pronouncing my name correctly. That's about a 1 in 10 chance, but you got it right, so thanks. As Pat mentioned, my background is as a lawyer, but this is an area that I've been involved with. I'm hitting some reverb, but I think it's okay. I've been involved with, both professionally and personally for really my whole life. I think pretty much all of us have favorite ponds or lakes in Vermont. I certainly do. It's actually my background right here. This is the number 10 pond up in Calais. I go out there, I paddle out there and kayak. And my wife is a really good athlete. She's very energetic. We go biking, she blows ahead of me. We go hiking, she blows ahead of me. When we go boating, she tends to just take a ride. She likes to get paddled. So we were out there about 2 weeks ago, beautiful day. She's probably snoozing, and I see a loon dive. And whenever I see that, I can't help myself. I always count. It's always amazing to me how long those animals can stay submerged. So I'm counting out the loon's dive. And I swear it was almost 2 minutes or so. And all of a sudden, poof, it breaches right next to the boat, almost knocks my wife out. She just but it was beautiful. You see this huge, beautiful animal, and it's eating a fish. And, that was one of those moments when I'm really glad that I live here. I mean, this is 10 minutes from my house, and I'm in the forest primeval. It is just such a beautiful thing and a beautiful place to enjoy that kind of recreation. As Pat mentioned, my background is as a lawyer, and this kind of regulation, what I'm talking about mostly is what's called the public trust. These ponds, these lakes are held in the public trust. We, the people, hold them for the public to use them. With certain very limited exceptions, there's no private ownership for these things. So all of us can get out there and paddle and see loon and enjoy the recreational aspects of these bodies of water. It's a very ancient doctrine. I majored in history in college, which kind of explains why I became a lawyer. There's not a big market for historians, but I really enjoy kind of the historical aspect of law. And this is a part of law that goes way, way back. It actually goes back to the 6th century. And there was an Emperor Justinian of the Roman Empire, and he's credited with having one of the first legal codes, independent of religious. Most law came from religion back in the day. This was like civil codes that govern the way people were to behave. And I'm going to read from the code. The laws were a little more eloquent back then, but this is how this concept was expressed. By the law of nature, these things are common to mankind: the air, running water, the sea, and consequently the shore of the sea. So that's Justinian's code, and that made its way forward into English common law, which then made its way over the Atlantic to the United States, and it's part of the United States common law. Most states have some version of this concept, either in statute. Vermont actually has this in its constitution, and I'm not sure if that's unique. I'm not familiar with any other states that do. So Vermont had 3 constitutions: 1777, 1786, and our really modern constitution, which has been amended, is from 1793. And this is a clause, this was clause 40 in the original or the 1793 Constitution. The inhabitants of this state shall have liberty to fish in all boatable and other waters, quote, parentheses, not private property, under proper regulations to be made and provided by the General Assembly. So even in 1793, like the fishing lobby was powerful, right? So I think there was a recognition that in this state, if you could boat on a water, it was the public's domain. It wasn't a private domain, with certain limited exceptions. So that's kind of the foundation and the basis for looking at these bodies of water in encroachment permits. Frankly, that's where this are Oliver's group. They're all well versed. These folks understand what the public trust doctrine is, what it means, and it's a very serious responsibility that we have in maintaining and protecting the public trust. The legislature assigned A&R the responsibility, and within A&R, it's the Lakes and Ponds program that has these responsibilities, the kinds of things that we do to protect that public trust. Excuse me, we do lake-related monitoring and assessment, we do permitting, we do lakeshore protection, and aquatic invasive species management and prevention. We also work with your groups, with both FOVLAP itself and with your member associations and the kinds of things we do working with you. We develop lake watershed action plans, lake reclassification petitions, lake monitoring efforts, and also the aquatic invasive species prevention programs. It's my hope that we can build on this effort this summer and going forward and address some of the principal lake management and restoration challenges. Let's talk about you. Enough about me, enough about Justinian. I went back just like anybody else. I had not heard of your group. I had worked with a number of your associations as general counsel and actually previously as an assistant attorney general, but I hadn't worked with the umbrella organization. So I do what everyone does. I Googled you and I found your mission statement, which I think is excellent. Sometimes mission statements are kind of lengthy and wordy, too verbose. This one's perfect. To preserve and protect Vermont's lakes, ponds, and their watersheds for the benefit of this and future generations. Emphasis on the future, given what we're talking about today with climate change. You do really important work. Your members, you do really important work. We have 800 lakes and ponds. Not only are they there for fishing and fouling and navigation, that's the public trust, but they provide drinking water for thousands of folks in our state. Important habitat for wildlife, like the loon, ecosystem services like stormwater regulation, and let's not forget, a significant amount of revenue for our state's economy. These things are economic engines. People come to our state to use these resources. Some of the things that you all do, this, but just want to make note, you also engage in lake monitoring like we do, shoreline protection. You do a lot of outreach and information sharing. That's extremely helpful for us to have you as our boots on the ground. And you also help with development of plans to reduce pollution from runoff into lakes and maintain or improve water quality. I want to thank you all for the work you do. It's like I said, to us, it's a vital partnership that we have. We need you out there as our eyes and ears. We need to work with you. You can really help us in fulfilling our mission. There's a lot of challenges we face, just like everything else. We face a lot of challenges in maintaining these public trusts. The main one I think that most people recognize is nutrient pollution, getting into lakes. There's a real challenge in Vermont. The two main, visible industries are tourism and agriculture. And there's a tension there, and there's difficulty in managing agriculture to the point where it's not interfering with our ability to recreate, where you have too much nutrient loading in our ponds and lakes to the point where they're not usable or less usable. That's a huge challenge that we face. I've done a lot of work on it, both as general counsel and in my current position. We face a lot of invasive species like everywhere else. We got to deal with it. We have to manage it. We have to figure out the best way to approach it. It's very challenging and involves a lot of complex issues. Nothing simple. There's also increasing impervious shorelines in our shorelines. I think it's no secret Vermont is undergoing a lot of growth right now. We're seeing a lot of permits coming in for various uses, which would indicate lots of people are moving to Vermont. COVID changed the world. It changed the balance. And this is a beautiful place to live. So I think more and more we're going to be faced with these challenges. I'm really happy that you're focusing on climate change. It is the existential crisis of our time, and there's no way to overstate it. I'm really glad that Jane Lazorchek is here. She's really our leader in that regard, and it's clearly going to have an impact on our lakes and ponds. But I'm glad that we're addressing it, talking about it, figuring out the best way we can approach dealing with climate change. I really do appreciate your commitment to the stewardship of these lakes and ponds. I'm here. I've got a few more minutes. If there's any questions I can answer, I've only been in this role for 7 weeks, so I'm probably gonna punt it over to Oliver or someone. But if there is something specific that I can answer, I'm happy to do so. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Are there any questions? I don't hear any questions.
Okay.
Let me look at the chat. I don't see any questions. Thank you very much, John. We
Great.
definitely appreciate you being here with us. I'm going to turn it back to Laura, who's going to introduce the next speaker.
Yes. Great.
Laura?
Thanks. And hi. Yes, thanks. Before then, I just want to say a quick note. I know that I've gotten a couple emails that some people were having trouble signing in. If anybody reaches out to you, just encourage them to keep trying because it seems like they're eventually in. Trying to let people in as soon as I see them, but for some reason, there's maybe a little slowdown. But okay, so I'm very pleased to welcome Jane Lazorchak. She is the Global Warming Solutions Act Director with the Agency of Natural Resources. She got her start with the Nature Conservancy in Vermont, working on stewardship and planning and conservation planning. She has a Master of Science from the Ecological Planning Program at UVM. And she has worked with Vermont Department of Fish and Wildlife for 15 years previous to this role. Her current role is the Director of Global Warming Solutions Act within the Agency of Natural Resources and has worked closely with the Vermont Climate Council to stand up Vermont's initial climate action plan in December. So welcome, Jane, and thank you so much for being here.
Well, thank you so much for that introduction, and I appreciate you all taking the time to engage around Vermont's climate action plan and think about the role that you all can play in helping us move forward from the planning phase into implementation as the road is long ahead of us. So I have a presentation today. I'm going to walk through the development of the climate action plan and the law that governs it, and share with you some of the highlights of the strategies and recommendations in that plan. I'll go as fast as I can over some of the climate pollution components of it and try to draw in the expertise around the recommendations that we stood up that really impact our lakes and ponds and our natural and working lands that surround them. And then really leave some time for some questions and answers because it's going to be sort of a lot of information coming at you in a short presentation. So I'll do my best to leave time for questions. So share. So I appreciate the orientation today to climate change and the commitment that you're all making to both engaging around it, learning about it, and thinking about the role that your organization and then specific lake associations can play in helping us address this challenge. It feels like I don't need to tell you this, but some of these statistics really are staggering. As we were developing the climate action plan over the year of 2021, last year, Vermont's climate assessment was also being updated, as was the national climate assessment, really providing the stark data that is on this slide that really speaks to the challenges and the climatic changes that we're already feeling. Summers are getting warmer. It's particularly getting warmer in winter. Spring is arriving earlier this winter. It feels like it came months early. Felt like we had a long shoulder season of spring in March. My favorite month is normally March, of snow and sun. Winter starting later. And then, of course, the burden that lakes are really helping us absorb and fight is that annual precipitation that's increasing, and many of those storms coming in much more intense events, with many of them occurring with more than 1 inch of rain, occurring twice as often as they did 50 years ago. And while we highlight annual precipitation often as increasing, the weather events are extreme in both ways. There's also prolonged periods of drought that we're dealing with as well. And these impacts on our natural and working lands are really stark. And what we are challenged with, both in the law, the plan, and on the ground, is the practicality that not everyone in Vermont and across the globe is impacted equally. Certainly, frontline and impacted communities are feeling these challenges more stark than others. And I'll speak to how we strive to address that in this first iteration of the plan, and how we're striving on a day-to-day basis to think about how we lift up voices across Vermont in this effort. So the Global Warming Solutions Act was passed in September of 2020. It was challenged in passing with the onset of the pandemic. I say that largely because it took 6 months longer, I think, than the legislature had anticipated to pass the law. It was vetoed by the governor, and then an override took place, prolonging the timeline even further. The expectation within the law of standing up the first climate action plan by December 1st of 2021 was never shifted based on that prolonged period of adoption of the law. So we essentially lost 6 to 7 months of time to work on the plan, this first iteration of the plan, based on that prolonging. The council, which was an independent body that was stood up to oversee the Global Warming Solutions Act and the objectives and the development of the plan, was stood up in November of 2020. That body, the Climate Council, is comprised of 8 administration officials, secretaries and commissioners of agencies and departments that have a stake in climate action, ranging from the Agency of Transportation to the Agency of Natural Resources, where I work, as well as far-reaching, like Department Children and Families, and thinking about how we serve our most vulnerable populations in Vermont. And then the other 15 members of that Climate Council are legislative appointments who speak to the various sectors, whether it be environmental organizations, renewable energy, the farm and forest sector. They have a seat on the council to think about those sectors that they represent. And then there are 5 subcommittees, 4 of which were spoken to clearly in the law, and then the council had the discretion to stand up any other subcommittees needed to provide the technical knowledge to develop the climate action plan. Those 5 subcommittees are really where that diverse expertise to formulate recommendations that went up to the council to approve existed. Those 5 subcommittees were the agriculture and ecosystem subcommittees, really thinking about how we build resilience in our natural and working lands, as well as foster and store carbon in our natural and working lands. We had the Rural Resilience and Adaptation Subcommittee that spoke to resilience and adaptation in our built environment. Cross-sector mitigation subcommittee, which spoke to the recommendations needed to cut our emissions as required by the Act. The Just Transition Subcommittee, which thought about how to make this a fair and equitable transition. And finally, the 5th subcommittee, which was not written into law but stood up by the council, was the Science and Data Subcommittee, thinking about how to ground all of this in the best available science. So on that 13-month schedule, the Climate Council did in fact adopt a plan on December 1st of last year. And what I really will speak to as we go through this presentation is what's in it, what's missing, what still needs to be done, and really just how impressive of a timeline this was, appreciating that the plan not only speaks to the what needs to be done, but the how, the actionable steps to get us there. And that's really a first of its kind with respect to climate action plan. So first and foremost, the Global Warming Solutions Act put in statutory requirements around cutting our emission. These were goals that had been on the book in Vermont for more than a decade, and we were not making measurable progress. So the first requirement that comes is in 2025. That is a requirement to statutorily cut our emissions, our climate pollution from all sectors, 26% below our 2005 levels of our emissions. This line you can see on this chart, which shows where we're at based on our current analyses. Our greenhouse gas emissions inventory that tracks our climate pollution lags behind about 3 years in data. So our most current inventory is 2018. And where we are to the right of that, with the shaded area on this chart, shows you where we need to get to first in 2025, and then the 40% requirement of reduction by 2030. And I really want to note that our plan is really looking at how to get first to 2025, but how we set up the infrastructure and recommendations to get us to the much harder emissions reductions that we're required to hit in 2030. What changes based on the law is that baseline year of what we're cutting against. So that 40% reduction isn't below 2005 levels, it's below 1990 levels. And that really results in about a half, cutting our climate pollution in half this next decade. And that really is going to be a substantial challenge for us. Our largest sector is transportation. We're a rural state. That's the green chunk on this line, on this chart. The orange is buildings and thermal. The blue is our electricity sector. The yellow is agricultural emissions, industrial processes, and waste management. So we really are thinking about how to make measurable progress in the 3 largest sectors: transportation, thermal, and agriculture, where we've seen a lack of progress over the last 10 years, despite market pressures there. So I'll speak about that in a bit, but also want to draw, I know, your attention to the solutions that are put forward around resilience and adaptation. So the charge to the Climate Council in meeting this first climate action plan, beyond cutting climate pollution across all sectors. So I should have said in that last slide, we can't get all of our emissions reductions from one sector alone. Transportation, switching everything to EVs isn't going to do it. The law requires us to sectorally reduce our emissions. So think about how we're reducing our emissions across all the sectors that contribute it. Beyond that, I've highlighted here in green what we really think of as the guideposts for the climate action plan. Beyond cutting climate pollution, we're thinking about how to achieve long-term sequestration and storage of carbon, how to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. That's also a statutory requirement. And then how we build and encourage climate adaptation and resilience in both our communities and our natural system. Beyond that, there are some more specific objectives that really start to get at how we think about solutions in this area that you'll see as the themes as we dive deeper. One of the most challenging components of developing the plan on such a short timeline was there is an unbelievable ask of us with respect to thinking about nothing short of transforming how we commute, how we live on the land, how we heat our homes, and all that by putting first our frontline and impacted communities. To do that, we had to, even before that, think about who they are and define that in the framework of a climate committee and the Climate Council. And the Just Transitions Committee did that, and then thought beyond that about what the guiding principles should be for the basis of all recommendations. It spoke to ensuring inclusive, transparent, innovative engagement, going beyond the telling you what we're doing in a plan and hearing reactions, really thinking about how we co-create solutions with Vermonters, creating accountable and restorative recommendations to actually put our money, our commitment to the communities that have been left behind the most, moving at the speed of trust, bringing people along with us to think about how we embark on this, which was really challenging and really pushed us over the last year and calls us to think about how we do this thoughtfully going forward and build capacity in this space. Incorporating solidarity to create inclusionary spaces, prioritizing the most impacted first, and again, thinking about how we develop and support workers, families, and communities, especially those impacted by changing economic conditions. In developing the plan, we did our best to think about broad-based engagement during a pandemic, which was really hard. We held in-person events, online events, and we heard from more than 1,000 Vermonters through these events, interviews, roundtables, and public comments. That said, we didn't go far enough. And what you'll see as we think about what's next, how we continue to think about reaching out to Vermonters and engaging them in this process to ensure they have a voice in thinking about solutions. So what will you find in the climate action plan? The climate plan was adopted on December 1st, as I was required by statute. It is an unbelievable document of detail. We have 26 pathways that are written at a very high level. Underneath those pathways, you'll start to break it down by strategies and operational tasks. Again, the how are we going to actually do this? And what I'd like to do is walk you through the way the plan is broken out is by 5 impact areas: how we're going to cut climate pollution, capture and store carbon, build resilience in our working and natural land, invest in our communities, and then what are some of the solutions that help us realize all of these goals. So as I showed on that chart, the GWSA, the Global Warming Solutions Act, requires an extremely aggressive scale and pace of cutting our emissions. We've waited a long time to act, and now the challenge is that we have to act fast and think about how to do that in a fair and equitable way. There are market drivers cutting our emissions. Our emissions would go down over the next decade, regardless of this law, but it would not go anywhere close to what the pace scale is required by the law. So what this chart shows you is those gray dotted lines and bars show you what we model out to expect our emissions reductions to be without intervention. We call this the business as usual model, where we expect to get by 2050. And what the colored bars show you is actually what we're required to do by law. And what I will say is that the GWSA sort of set up a bifurcated system around cutting climate pollution and around building resilience and adaptation. We know that the climate is changing, and that as we think about climate action, we not only need to be cutting our emissions to slow down climate change, it's here, and we need to be investing in resilience and adaptation, especially for all the co-benefits that those provide. However, within the law, there are these statutory requirements that we can track and measure with respect to emissions reductions. And anybody can sue the Agency of Natural Resources as we miss these targets and are not on pace to meet them. And so the pressure is somewhat on around thinking about solutions to cut our emissions. We're working in the space of thinking about measurable objectives for resilience adaptation, but we're not there yet. And so I think really it's a little more fuzzy on how we're going to do in that space, or how you would hold us accountable in that space. So for cutting climate pollution, again, I know that you all are really focused on components that speak to building resilience and adaptation, but just to put in perspective some of the recommendations in the plan, there is a lot of emphasis on switching to electric vehicles in the course of the short term, appreciating that those are hard emission cuts that we can realize quickly, but EVs are not going to get us there alone. We need to, they're not going to get us there alone equitably. We need to be thinking about how we provide these opportunities to think about how we create walkable downtowns to reduce our vehicle miles traveled, and how we create infrastructure to support that. That said, our immediate targets for EVs in the short term are nothing short of staggering, and whether these EVs will actually be available is something that we're trying to drive through rulemaking, through adoption of rules that California are putting out there to think about market drivers for electric vehicles and beyond. But we're looking at scaling up from the less than 5,000 EVs that are on the road today to up to 126,000 by 2030. So you're looking at about a fifth of all vehicles on the road by 2030 in Vermont will be EVs, and thinking about what the infrastructure is to actually get Vermonters to make this investment and the incentives needed to drive that too. Beyond the transportation sector, the buildings and thermal sector is an area that we've made very little and sort of all over the place, I'd say, progress. Vermont has been committed to weatherization over the course of the last decade, but our lack of sustainable funding has not sent a clear market signal to sort of the workforce development to ensure that job sector is growing, and that we're now asking to go from the 15,000 homes that we've weatherized in a decade to thinking about how we further weatherize 90,000, I should say 30,000 homes, I'm sorry, in the last decade, and how we increase 90,000 additional homes in the next 8 years. So we're thinking about funding sources, a commitment of federal dollars and resources to weatherization, and then a long-term funding source. We're thinking about how to get heat pumps incentivized and out there. The primary recommendation in the space was the clean heat standard, which the governor vetoed and the legislature was failed to override. So we're thinking about how we still continue to make progress in that space, knowing that there were finite and manageable concerns about the clean heat standard, and thinking about how we continue to engage with Vermonters around designing something that works for everybody in that space. Another area, as I did, that we bucketed the recommendations in is really about thinking about resilience in our natural and working lands. These are the lands that include our lakes and ponds and the lands around them, but really think about how we reverse the trend of forest loss and agricultural loss that we've been seeing in Vermont over especially the last decade. Thinking about solutions that encourage conservation, encourage thoughtful planning, encourage thinking conservation and old forest through UVA changes. There are a lot of recommendations in that space that really strive to keep our natural working lands as our most valuable asset, and how we finite and tweak practices that enhance carbon sequestration and storage in the space. Some of these practices are many of the things that you probably are already learning about, thinking about the co-benefits that they provide for clean water. Many of the practices that were recommended in the Climate Action Plan have those co-benefits of clean water, especially in the agricultural space, where we're thinking about how we reduce tillage, expand buffers, manage for resilient forests. We thought a lot about how to think beyond Western science and involve traditional ecological knowledge to really bring additional voices into the conversation. Invest in strategic conservation. The bill that the governor also vetoed this week around the 30 by 30 was a recommendation directly from the Climate Action Plan. And that we'll be thinking about how to further consider what that can look like, and to invest in strategic conservation that meets multiple values and objectives. There are a number of recommendations that think about how we go beyond promoting healthy and connected river corridors, floodplains, wetlands, wetland restoration, work that has been ongoing now for a long time in Vermont, and how it can have added benefits for carbon sequestration and storage beyond the wildlife habitat impacts and the water quality benefits. And we're really, first and foremost, as I said, thinking about how we keep these lands natural and working, and how we support the infrastructure that those landowners need to not sell their land or convert it, but just keep it as is. Capturing carbon is a whole separate section beyond thinking about the resilience and adaptation values, thinking about changes, as I mentioned earlier, to the current use program that allow for old forest development. That was a new law that was signed into law a week or so ago, Governor, that allow landowners to enroll their land in current use and have a section that allows it to be managed for old forest values. That is a direct understanding and appreciation that those old forests store more carbon than other young forests. Young forests sequester more carbon, old forests store more carbon, and think about how we provide incentives to do that on private lands, which is so critical to our conservation story in Vermont. Carbon markets, payment for ecosystem services. There are already programs being considered in the agricultural space. And we're also thinking about how to do similar programs to stand up for forest landowners. For our communities, there were really 3 buckets of recommendations in the plan focused on how we do climate smart planning for our communities. And really what we heard loud and clear from Vermonters was capacity building for our municipalities, which we ask so much of in the state, and how we provide the tools necessary for communities to do the good work we're hoping that they'll do to stand up climate resilience and planning in their communities. We thought a lot about what resilient infrastructure looks like and how to deploy it and invest in that. And we also were critical to suggest that we can't go beyond thinking about what resilience looks like in communities if people don't have safe and accessible access to housing. And we tried to make a really direct connection to the housing crisis in Vermont around the climate action as well. And finally, cross-cutting solutions. We thought a lot about what are the enabling actions that help us both drive down climate pollution, build resilience and adaptation, but are also fundamental to actually standing up any of the recommendations in this plan. So compact settlement, which has been a consistent voice in Vermont for a while around smart growth and how we invest in our downtowns so that we can have a rural landscape that supports natural and working lands. How do we make a connection to water, wastewater infrastructure, stormwater that builds community and capacity in those downtown areas that allow us to reduce our emissions and then build resilience through our surrounding landscape? We're thinking about how to further review that and study the benefits so we can actually quantify what the greenhouse gas benefits are of investing in compact settlement so that we don't just say, hypothetically that we know it's good, but can actually quantify that and think about how we further invest in that. Workforce development. This is a theme that's not only true to climate action, but across Vermont right now. The challenges with workforce are really pervasive, and about as we build back from the pandemic, how we build in areas that we know will help support climate action. There were a number of bills in the legislature this year thinking about workforce directly from the climate action plan. And then finally, the environmental justice bill, which was signed into law last week, is one of those fundamental components that the climate action plan spoke to. We have ambitious principles and equity scoring rubric that was developed for the climate action plan, but we can't do it alone. We know that there needs to be a fundamental systematic component to environmental justice across all areas of environmental work. And we're excited to have seen the environmental justice bill signed into law and to work closely within our own agency of natural resources to think about what the role is of climate action within that work. So with the climate action plan adopted, this is just the beginning. The climate action plan needs to be updated every 4 years. And there were components of this work that just based on the timeline, we weren't able to get done for this first plan. We know that the plan already needs to be updated sooner than 4 years this fall. We fell short in putting forward solutions that really cut our transportation emissions. Our primary solution in that space fell apart about 2 weeks before we signed the climate plan around a collaboration regionally on capping and investing in transportation emissions. We're thinking about other components about how we can cut our emissions through existing programs in transportation. And then also further analyzing if a sector-wide policy is needed in that space. The plan is somewhat silent on biomass. Through the clean heat standard and through other components of the plan, they took a voice, the Climate Council and others, on advanced wood heat, saying that it is part of the solution for climate action, but there is silent on biomass for electricity production, and then the details of the impacts of wood beyond that. And so we're looking at that with the task group now and thinking about how we amend the plan to speak to that. We're also moving forward with critical implementation steps for the Global Warming Solutions Act within the Agency of Natural Resources. We're developing a municipal vulnerability index, which will be a spatially mapped tool that will look at specific vulnerabilities within communities so that we can help direct resources and capacity for both planning as well as funding to communities in that space at a state level as well as at a regional level. We're developing a climate toolkit closely with municipalities that will be informed by the Municipal Vulnerability Index and intended to work closely to provide additional capacity for communities, especially municipalities that don't have a lot of resources, to get funding and capacity to do the good work that we hope they'll do. We have to track progress in this space. There's a requirement to actually speak to how we're meeting the implementation of the broad climate action plan. So not just emissions, but actually track resilience and adaptation measures, equity, community engagement. And we have the development of an RFP over the course of the next 2 years to work with a contractor to reach out to stakeholders, communities, to think about what the right metrics are in this space and the right questions, and then to actually stand up a tool to track the long-term progress. We're engaged in rulemaking, as I alluded to, in the transportation space. Those rules are around Advanced Clean Cars 2 and Advanced Clean Trucks, which really speak to the market signal on car manufacturers to obligate them to provide a percentage of vehicles to the state of Vermont that starts to increase and ramp up to provide zero emission vehicles, with all vehicles coming to Vermont by 2035 as 100% zero emission vehicles. So that's an exciting, and that regulation is on the car manufacturers, not on Vermonters to buy them. It's our job to help support Vermonters through incentives and beyond to make those choices. Really exciting within the Agency of Natural Resources. I currently, as the Global Warming Solutions Act Director, we have one other staff who has helped coordinate this work. We'll be transitioning to start standing up a climate action office within the Agency of Natural Resources that was built into our budget to build capacity. There'll be 8 of us who are focused on directing the office, and then specific programmatic areas around resilience and adaptation in our built environment, natural and working lands, program manager, mitigation, and beyond, to actually support the interagency coordination that needs to happen in this space to actually realize implementation of this plan. We are doing a ton. Yeah, go ahead.
I'll butt in real quick and just say maybe about 2 more minutes to keep
Yeah.
us on track for the day. Sorry, I'm so sorry to interrupt. Okay.
You don't have to, no, not sorry at all. This is my last slide.
Okay, sorry.
And then finally, we're doing a lot of technical analyses and studies to support this work. And like these presentations with all of you, we're thinking about how to make this plan more accessible, doing engagement through speaking events, and then thinking about strategic listening sessions to plan for future legislative action, and doing targeted engagement with our partners to act as community liaisons into frontline and impacted communities. So lots of work ongoing, and exciting time to think about what's next for climate action. So much, and I know a lot of it is really focused on cutting climate pollution and not as heavily focused on how to think about and where we go with our work for resilience and adaptation. But we're really excited as we think about metrics and building our programmatic area work to hear from folks like you and others in Vermont about where the gaps are in that work and how we track and think about progress in that area, knowing how important it is for climate action. So I'll stop there. The website links here, which I can drop in the chat. We have a climate change website that is the home for all of this work, as well as where the climate toolkit and more will live. That's our generic email at the bottom, but my email at the top if you have specific questions. I'll stop sharing now and then happy to entertain any questions.
Thank you so much, Jane. So yeah, we can make time for a few questions, and there's a couple in the chat. Feel free to put any questions in the chat, and I'll start with this first one is, how will towns be asked to address climate change?
That's a great question. There's a lot of focus in the plan around different specific strategies around planning for communities and thinking about how to provide additional capacities. The Rural Resilience and Adaptation Subcommittee focused specifically on strategies and recommendations for rural communities, and also thought about how to scale to rural communities, the recommendations coming out of other other subcommittees. And so there's a lot of specific recommendations for communities, but mostly a lot of emphasis on appreciating that municipalities are asked to do a lot and thinking about how we increase capacity through things like the climate toolkit and direct technical assistance to towns so that they can scale and get access to resources and planning.
Thank you. And then this second and final question is, there's thinking that the Northeast will see a significant population growth as climate refugees escape hotter, drier areas in the country. Does the CAP take population growth projections into account?
Yes, the modeling that we did with respect to the pathways, so therefore the recommendations and the metrics used to think about how many homes we weatherize, how many EVs need to be on the road, and the business as usual model that was sort of the basis for all of that, took into account at first a modest population growth, and then did a more sizable expectations so that we could think about what it would look like to scale up if the population really started to grow by much more drastic numbers. The plan talks a bit about climate migration, the opportunities through thinking about how we reframe the housing needed to support people moving here in our downtowns and beyond, but doesn't speak as much as one might expect to climate migration as both a challenge and opportunity for Vermont. And it's something the Climate Council struggled with how to deal with. And I see Cheryl's question about neighboring states and countries. I will say that there are 24 states in the United States that have signed on to the Paris Climate Agreement, Vermont being one of them. Our law, the Global Warming Solutions Act, keeps us in line with the targets and outcomes put forward in the Paris Climate Agreement. The other 23 states have similar either laws or executive orders or more that help get them to those drivers as well. Of course, currently the federal government is also starting to lead on climate action with policies and drivers that help support that, but no sizable federal legislation that actually directs all states to act.
Great. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us today. That was really informative. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, Laura.
No problem. And we are, I'm an optimist. We're a little behind schedule, but we are gonna make it up. So I would like to introduce our next speaker, Peter Isles. He is a limnologist and aquatic ecologist who completed his PhD at UVM's Rubenstein School in 2016, in which he performed a multi-scale analysis of the factors controlling nutrient dynamics and cyanobacteria blooms in Lake Champlain. Peter is now an aquatic biologist with the Vermont Lakes and Ponds program here in the DEC, and we're very lucky to have him. He specializes in Lake Champlain water quality monitoring and assessment, algae and cyanobacteria monitoring on Lake Champlain and selected inland waters. So with that, Peter,
Yes, thank you, Laura.
welcome.
I will see what I can do about making up time, but no promises.
It's okay. We can make it up in the breaks a little.
All right, let's see. So you guys can see my screen now? I guess.
Yes.
Okay, so first of all, thanks for having me talk here. This is a topic that I've thought a lot about and I care a lot about. As Laura said, I did my PhD looking at climate change impacts on blooms in Vermont lakes, and I've been working on that since that time. So this is great to be able to talk to you about it, because you are the people who are kind of on the front lines observing this happening, and I'm also very interested to hear your feedback on this topic later. So what I'm going to do in this talk is mostly sort of give an overview of some of the ways by which we think climate is likely to impact cyanobacteria blooms in lakes. What I'm not going to be able to do is give you a decisive answer in terms of what those impacts are going to be, because this is very difficult research to carry out. You have to do it using field observations and models, and both of those methods are pretty complicated. But we'll lay out kind of a groundwork, which I hope will provide a useful context for some of the later talks that you're going to hear today. So first, I'll give a very brief introduction to what cyanobacteria are and what cyanobacteria blooms are. Then I'll go through some of those mechanisms that I mentioned about how climate change is likely to affect blooms in either positive or negative ways. And I'll go through kind of the current evidence from some pretty large scale global studies of whether we're seeing these climate impacts on blooms already. And I'll also try to integrate some data from Vermont lakes looking at that question, both using historical data and using some model projections for the future. So first, very briefly, I think a lot of you are aware of cyanobacteria as a problem, but just to get everybody on the same page, cyanobacteria are unicellular organisms. They're you might say primitive, although they have some very sophisticated adaptations as well. But they've been around for billions of years. They're often colonial prokaryotes, and they're capable of photosynthesis. So they're the organisms that invented photosynthesis, and we can thank them for the oxygen in our atmosphere. Cyanobacteria live in almost every environment on Earth. So you'll find them in soils, you'll find them in clouds, you'll find them in every type of surface water as well as groundwater. You'll find them in snow. So they're ubiquitous, and they're a natural and important part of a lot of ecosystems. So cyanobacteria are not necessarily a bad thing. It's all a question of how much and where. Some of the common cyanobacteria in Vermont are shown here. So these are microscopic images, but the colonies can be large enough to see with the naked eye for most of these genera. So some common features of these common cyanobacteria are that they're able to form large colonies. Many of them, most of them, can regulate their buoyancy, and they are all capable of producing toxins sometimes. So these sort of common features of these species are part of what allow them to form blooms under the right circumstances. So what are cyanobacteria blooms? Generally speaking, the term is poorly defined, but people kind of talk of it as being a lot of cyanobacteria. Here in the state monitoring program, we mostly monitor surface blooms because we rely largely on visual observations. And when you can see the cyanobacteria is generally when they're at the surface. So in order to get a bloom, first you need enough nutrients and lights to let the bloom grow. As with any plant or any photosynthetic organism, they need light, they need nitrogen, they need phosphorus, and they need carbon dioxide. Then you also need, in order to get a surface bloom, you need the right weather conditions, which are usually warm and calm conditions, which allow those cells to float up to the surface and accumulate. And this is because these species can regulate their buoyancy due to the fact that they contain essentially little air pockets inside the cells, which allow them to float under calm circumstances. And this is an adaptation that they have to allow them to access light. But under the right conditions, it can lead to these big surface blooms. And generally speaking, blooms are not usually an issue in lakes that are undisturbed, but they become an issue when there are excess nutrients in lakes from human activities. The nutrients I'm talking about are generally nitrogen and phosphorus, which are usually coming together because many of the sources, such as agriculture or sewage, contain both nitrogen and phosphorus. However, blooms are also sometimes reported from oligotrophic lakes and lakes with no obvious or little obvious human impact. And there's a lot of research looking at the role of climate in the emergence of these blooms in oligotrophic lakes. So now I'll get a bit into some of those possible mechanisms by which climate might impact blooms. And I think these are mechanisms that are likely to affect many lake processes, not just cyanobacteria. So they may be of interest sort of more broadly. But a little bit of background before I get into that, I want to make sure everybody understands what I'm talking about when I talk about lake stratification and internal phosphorus loading, because these are two processes that are strongly linked to cyanobacteria blooms. So as many of you know, when lake surface water warms, lakes form distinct temperature layers. So you'll get a layer of warm water at the top sitting on top of a layer of cooler water below. And these layers are very separated. There's not a lot of exchange of water between them because of the density gradient that develops. Water density is very temperature dependent, so colder water is generally heavier. So once you have this stratification set up, you have a lot of exchange of air between the air and the surface layer, but you have very little exchange of air into the bottom layer of the lake. This means that when you have consumption of oxygen, which happens largely in lake sediments, but also in the water column due to respiration by bacteria and other organisms, this draws down the pool of oxygen, which has been essentially locked in that deeper water layer. And once all that oxygen is consumed, you can get big pulses of phosphorus coming up from the sediments. So because many of the lakes that we have cyanobacteria blooms are lakes where there have been nutrient inputs over a long period of time, which have accumulated in the sediments, when you have these low oxygen conditions, a lot of those nutrients can come back up and fuel blooms. So just, yeah, I hope that's helpful as we go through some of these mechanisms later. So one of the main obvious mechanisms by which climate change is likely to affect blooms has to do with simply direct effects of warmer air, which warms up surface water. So essentially what you're going to do when you warm, you're going to warm up that surface layer. It's going to get hotter. But generally speaking, surface layers heat up much more quickly than the deeper water, and sometimes the deeper water even gets colder with warming air temperatures. So warmer surface water is generally thought of as a bad thing from the context of cyanobacteria blooms because cyanobacteria like to grow better in warm and stable water. So when you have this higher temperature gradient between the surface and the bottom, the water is more stable, there's less mixing, and the water is warmer. So this increases cyanobacteria growth rates. There are also some potential benefits to having this increasing thermal gradient between the surface and the deep water, though, because this means that there's going to be less water that moves back and forth across that thermocline. So if the major nutrient source to the surface water is coming from the sediments below, that should mean less supply of nutrients to deep water. This has certainly been observed it's been modeled in the oceans, also in a lot of large lakes. They've observed this effect. In smaller lakes, it might be less of an important mechanism because there's much more turbulence around the margins of the lake, which causes mixing. Another effect of warming weather might be to increase nutrient uptake by terrestrial vegetation, which could mean less runoff to lakes. So that's a potential positive outcome of warming. Another impact of warming climate is likely to be longer stratified periods. So you'll have earlier in the spring, those distinct water layers are going to set up and they're going to last later into the fall. So this figure you're looking at is just on the vertical axis, you have depth with surface at the top. On the horizontal axis, you just have time. So you're looking from winter through summer back to another winter, and the colors represent temperature. So basically the period of the year when you're going to see more of those yellows and reds is going to get longer. So this leaves more time for oxygen to be depleted in those deeper waters, which again could fuel more blooms late in the season. That's the con. On the positive side, again, if you have these longer stratified periods, it's also possible that surface nutrients might be depleted earlier in the year, so there's less available late in the summer when cyanobacteria like to bloom. And so again, a lot of these mechanisms can be either positive or negative things from the perspective of cyanobacteria, and how things shake out is really going to depend a lot on the individual characteristics of a lake, the bathymetry, the depth, the trophic status, etc. Another direct potential effect of climate change on cyanobacteria blooms is direct fertilization by atmospheric carbon dioxide. And there's been some good recent research on this topic. Basically, cyanobacteria have an adaptation to be able to use a form of CO2 or a form of inorganic carbon called bicarbonate, which is essentially what CO2 becomes in an equilibrium as pH changes. So it's been shown that this ability of cyanobacteria to use this other form of carbon is a competitive advantage in conditions of high CO2 supply and high productivity. So this might increase the peak magnitude of cyanobacteria blooms. And finally, you have climate impacts on lake catchments, which are largely mediated by precipitation and runoff. So again, this can lead to either positive or negative changes from the perspective of cyanobacteria blooms. One major change that we know is happening is earlier snowmelt and more winter thaws. So this could be, on the one hand, it can be a positive thing because you're going to get those nutrients delivered to lakes earlier in the season, so farther removed from the time when cyanobacteria like to grow. So there might be more time for those nutrients to be removed. But on the other hand, there's some great research recently out of UVM showing that those snowmelt waters frequently contain very high concentration of dissolved nutrients. So those are the nutrients that are most delicious to cyanobacteria, so maybe the most likely to contribute to blooms. Another very important pattern of changing precipitation is a tendency towards larger storm events. And this can be a problem because we know that larger storm events tend to carry, larger loads of nutrients because concentrations tend to rise with discharge. So this means that if you have large storm events, even if you have the same total amount of water in the year, you're likely to deliver more nutrients to a lake. This is just a figure illustrating one of those mechanisms from the previous slide, the changing dates of snowmelt. So what we've seen in stream gauges from New England here is that snowmelt is starting about 15 to 20 days earlier than it was in the 1940s, which is when we have sufficient gauges available to do this analysis. And as was shown in a paper that came out last year, this earlier runoff tends to lead to lower summer chlorophyll concentration in lakes. So that's a potential positive impact of climate change, although again, there's another side to that coin. And finally, we know that climate is likely to have effects on lake food webs, and those are very difficult to predict because there's so many interacting pieces. Modeling it accurately is quite difficult. So this is going to take a lot of research and probably a lot of wait and see to understand what the ultimate impact is going to be of climate change on lake food webs and how that trickles down to cyanobacteria and the things that eat them. So those are kind of the mechanisms I wanted to touch on by which climate change could be important. In terms of whether there is evidence of blooms getting worse as a result of climate change, there's not. I would say there's a general consensus that yes, things are probably getting a bit worse, but there are studies to the contrary, and I think it hasn't been very well established what the net cumulative impact is going to be. If you look over long time scales, so say the last 200 years, you see that blooms certainly do appear to become worse. So this is based on sediment core studies where you can see increasing concentrations of cyanobacteria, fossil pigments over the last couple hundred years. So this is not surprising because population growth has been large over this time period and agricultural intensification as well. So this is kind of consistent with what we'd expect. If you look over more recent timescales, so say from the satellite era, mid-80s onwards, you see a more mixed picture so in this figure, all the reds represent increases, all the blues represent decreases. So here you see in places like North America, there's a mix of reds and blues. Some places seem to be getting worse, some seem to be getting better. And this is not surprising because, of course, this is the period when Clean Water Act regulations were in effect. There were controls on phosphorus discharges from sewage treatment plant, as well as an increased understanding of the role of fertilizers all over the landscape. So in North America and Europe, where these regulations came into place, you frequently see decreases over this time period, whereas in lots of parts of the developing world, you see a lot of increases. To try to bring this home to Vermont, here, it's really hard to say based on the data we have whether there's a recent trend towards things getting better or worse. The best data we have is from Lake Champlain. So this is from the cyanobacteria monitoring program, where we have volunteers go out and collect visual reports of whether they see a bloom in their lake. And they submit those to the cyanobacteria tracker online. And so in this figure, green represents generally safe conditions, yellow and red represent conditions with either weak or strong blooms. So if you saw an increasing proportion of red and yellow in these plots as you go from across time, that would be indicative of blooms getting worse. And I don't think we see that. We see a fair amount of year-to-year variability, but we don't see a strong directional trend. This is largely probably due to the fact that we don't have enough years of data, and it's going to take a while to have enough years of data to observe this kind of process. Looking at that same data in a slightly different way, looking at individual sites and seeing whether blooms at those sites seem to be increasing or decreasing. Essentially in this figure, anything orange represents increasing trend in bloom observations, whereas blue represents a decreasing trend. And the size of those circles is proportional to the size of that trend, so how quickly things are getting worse or better. And what you see is, a mix, but you do see that in certain areas of Lake Champlain, at least, there seem to be blooms getting worse around Burlington, whereas perhaps in the southern area of the main lake, around Crown Point, things might be getting a bit better. But again, these are ambiguous trends. If you look at chlorophyll in Lake Champlain, here we have pretty long time series, and we see a general increasing tendency of lake chlorophyll. So this is not all cyanobacteria. This can also be other kinds of phytoplankton. But there does seem to be some potential increase in chlorophyll over the period for which we have data. And if you use models to try to project these trends into the future, you can try to kind of directly look at the role of climate on blooms. And this is work that was done in Missisquoi Bay by a team led by UVM. And so this is a bit of a complicated figure. What you're looking at is the change in chlorophyll A under different model scenarios between the 2000s and the 2040s. So anything above those horizontal lines indicate that chlorophyll is getting higher during those months. Anything below indicates that chlorophyll is being reduced. The different columns represent different climate change scenarios. So the numbers represent the degree of climate forcing, but essentially 2.6 would be a scenario on the left where we're doing a lot to reduce our emissions, whereas 8.5 would be a scenario where we're not really doing anything to reduce emissions. And what you can see, or what this model study suggests, is that even if you achieve a 64.3% reduction in TP in Missisquoi Bay, which is the TMDL target there, you're still going to see increasing chlorophyll concentrations in the summer months as a result of changing climate under a high emission scenario. So here you can see how climate change might make it harder to reach some of our water quality goals. So in terms of take-home points, we know that there's a number of plausible mechanisms by which cyanobacteria could be influenced by climate change. Some of these impacts might be positive and some negative, but on balance, we expect more blooms with climate warming. So one recent study by a pretty reputable group suggests that on average in the US, the risk of blooms around now is about 7 days per year, and that's expected to go up to 20 days per year in 2050. Of course, there's a lot of regional variation within that. So climate change may make it harder to reach water quality targets, but I don't think we should despair, because another consensus among almost all of these studies is that nutrients are still by far the most important driver. They are more important than the trends driven by climate. So if we can control the nutrients we put in lakes, we can still keep blooms down. And in Vermont, more data and research are needed to determine the future likelihood of blooms and the effects of climate change. So I know some will be presented this afternoon by Mindy and Mark, and I'm looking forward to those talks. We're collecting a lot more data through lakes and ponds. There's a great program called the Sentinel Lakes program, where we have sensors in a number of lakes collecting high frequency data, which will allow us to get at some of those mechanisms like the strength and duration of stratification, the timing of ice cover, and things like that. So we do have a program where we try to get a handle on this, but of course, observing climate impacts takes a long time before you can do much statistically with that data. So that's what we're here for. We're here to keep an eye on things and collect the data we need to ultimately be able to answer these questions. So what you can do is, one thing you can do is help us get more data, become a volunteer monitor, whether through the lay monitoring program or through the cyanobacteria monitoring program. We need those observational data to be able to understand trends in our inland lakes, particularly where we don't have so much historical data. So if you're interested in that, please reach out to me to get more information. And we can get you trained up and get your eyes on the lake. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Peter. I am going to we have 2 questions in the chat right now, so I'll read those, and then we will take maybe a 10-minute break or so just to keep us on track. All right, so this first question is, with respect to temperature gradients in lakes, is this perturbed by boat motor propellers where the boats can adversely disturb temperature gradients such that algal blooms are promoted? Would this be more common with motor boats in which propellers are downward projected, like with wake boats? So would algal blooms be more likely observed?
Yeah, I mean, so here, again, we kind of have to infer based on process. There's not, wake boats haven't been around long enough for there to be, robust studies on this. But, certainly, we know that those wake boats can disturb stratification, at least locally, and can kick up bottom sediments. And this could potentially increase some mixing of nutrients and could increase release of nutrients from sediment. It's certainly a plausible mechanism. And, I see no reason why that wouldn't happen in areas with heavy wake boat traffic.
And then another question is, do you have any data on benthic cyanobacteria blooms increasing? I live on a deep oligotrophic lake, and the benthic mats have been forming much more readily in the last 10 years and then releasing with wind action.
Yeah, I know there's research on that, and I've looked at some of it. I think it's a tricky question to answer because it's hard to know exactly what's driving that change. There does seem to be an increase. I don't know to what extent people are looking for it more or it's really happening more, but I think it's real. And this could, but why the benthic mats are increasing more than pelagic cyanobacteria, I have a hard time giving an answer to that. It may be due to where the nutrients are coming in. Maybe if you have groundwater inputs, those are coming in directly to that benthic layer. But that's a bit speculative. I don't have any kind of hard data to support or to really answer your question.
Great. Well, great questions. And thank you, everyone. We're going to take about a 12-minute break. Let's rejoin at 10:30. You can stay logged on. And everybody go get a cup of coffee, do a little stretch, have some fresh air, and we'll be back soon. And I'm sorry for anybody that's had trouble logging on. If you're talking to anybody having trouble logging on, just keep trying. I don't know what's going on, but we'll see you guys soon. Steve, I can see your screen, just to let you know.
So I guess we're good then.
Yes, technology is working on at least in one part of the country.
Yeah, I had to, well, not really, because, you know, normally you can just click on Teams on your desktop and grab it. I happen to use the web browser, go through, so I'm going through Microsoft. But yesterday afternoon, we were given a briefing to some congressional visitors here locally, and most of us were trying to get into the office, but a bunch of COVID related stuff, so we didn't. So I was giving mine remotely. And I only had 5 minutes, 4 slides, and I got through 2 of them, and we couldn't see the slides they were sharing, and we were getting no response from everybody who was on Teams could hear the entire presentation, but nobody in the room where they were all together could hear anything. So it was
No.
rather entertaining. So,
Oh,
oh well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate this. Thank you, Laura.
Yeah, you're welcome.
So I will mute myself. And do you want me to unshare my slides until we get back?
No, I think just leaving it up is great.
Okay.
Yep.
I
Yep.
will do
And then
that.
I'll introduce you in about 9 minutes and we'll get started.
Okay.
Great. Thanks.
Is any administrator online?
I think Laura's on.
Laura, are you there?
This is Oliver. What's up?
Oh, I don't know, Oliver. It's just it's an administrative issue. It's saying that I can't get anything in chat. I'm not been able to write or see anything in chat. I reinstalled Teams and it doesn't work. So I don't know if she's got people turned off or not. I don't know that much about Microsoft Teams, but that's why during the break I was just trying to see if I could get it fixed.
Yeah,
I can't see
sorry
the
about that.
questions as they come up or anything.
Yeah, no, sorry about that. There's no, we haven't set up the privileges that would prevent anyone from using the chat. So it does seem like there are some issues this morning with Teams with admitting people to the meeting and now this chat issue, but I don't have a solution for you. Let me just go to you. I'm going to go to you in the list of meeting participants here. Chris Von Alt, clicking on 3 dots. Whoops. Chris Von Alt, there you are. I'm going to make you an attendee. I don't know if this is going to be good or bad. I don't know if you want to be an attendee or not, but I'm going to make you an attendee.
Doesn't change anything, Oliver. It just won't.
Well, I just did it a second ago. Try to put something else.
Yeah.
Try to put something in the chat now.
Can't do anything. Same thing.
So Oliver, this is Jerry, and I'm having the same problem. There's no chat, nothing in the chat.
Yeah.
All right, sorry about that. I am able to chat from my function, and I'm seeing things that people like Beth Corkley and Jack Witness have written. Cheryl Barkley, Chris Von Alt, you were in the chat at 9:50 a.m.
Yeah, I put stuff up there for 2 things for the climate deal, but I never saw anything come back. I saw that Kelly had commented on something, but I never saw any of the questions that anybody else put up. You know, so it's something's broken. I don't know. I looked online and it said there's no solution. So it's something that's there, but I don't know if anybody. It's something random. Microsoft feature, I guess maybe.
Yeah, sorry about that. I mean,
Oliver, this is Pat. And that's happening to me too. I can type a message, but looked at chat earlier when people were talking and I could see all the questions, but now I don't see anything. I can't see any of the previous questions, although it appears that I can put a message in if I wanted to.
Yeah, you have to scroll up to see them. I don't know if
no,
at least I have to scroll up
to do that. No, can't do it. It's not allowing me to move. Yeah.
So
same with Chrissy, Oliver. Thank you, Oliver.
Yeah,
all right,
I can put a message in.
I'll give Bill Gates a call and see if he can sort this out while we're in the meeting. But until then, once Laura's back online,
I'm sure he can.
Yeah,
I'm sure Bill can.
Let's start with Elon. If I were you, I'd just go to Elon and just see what happens.
Yeah, like Pat, I just got your test. I saw you sent the test message just
now.
I
could do that, but I don't see any of the previous messages unless Laura is clearing the chat somehow.
No,
I can see him.
Weird.
I can see your message at 9:02.
It's weird, right?
Laura's recording the meeting, so let's just say that the chat is broken, and we'll stick to verbal comments.
Yeah. I think I can see everybody that's written a question. And I'm able to the speakers those questions.
Yeah. And I could see them earlier. Now it's gone, but people can still put questions in apparently.
I just want to log in here, jump in. I still have the chat on my computer. I'm working on a MacBook Pro, so I don't know if the type of computer changes with the download that people did or what, but I have all chats here.
This is not something I've really ever seen before. So, of course, it's when we've given dozens of presentations using this platform, and I've never had this issue of people signing in or with the chat. But of course, the day that we have the seminar, something wonky happens. So I guess that's just the keeping it interesting in these virtual formats.
This is
The one
Chrissy.
thing
I'm
to
on-
know is everybody, so much virtual, we all sympathize and understand. So lots of empathy for all of you who've taken so much time to put this together for us.
Yeah, this is Chrissy. I'm on a Mac Pro and still have difficulty. Thank you.
Yeah, it's just weird that it was there and then gone, but is that Kelly Merrill have her hand up?
Yes,
see
Kelly
Kel-
has her hand up, and I know she was suggesting that people could use this hand raise feature if they had a question. I don't know if you had something else to say, Kelly, as well.
No, I was going to say that for those who can't access the chat, maybe when you have a question, just raise your hand. If you go up to the top bar and you click on what says more, you should be, oh, is that right? No, reactions. You should be able to raise your hand. And then that way we can hear your question. Then when you're called on, you can ask your question since you don't have access to the chat.
Great.
All right. Well,
Thanks, Kelly. Yeah, Laura, let's use that approach. Let's let Steve and the other presenters present, and then we can go back at the end of the presentation and see if there's hands raised and answer those questions. So,
right. And for what it's worth, I can see everybody's chats. So I know you might feel like you're chatting into the void, but I can see them and read them out loud as well. So I'm going to mute everybody again, and then Steve, you'll have to unmute yourself. But welcome back, everybody, from the break. It's my pleasure to introduce Steve Paulson, PhD. He's a senior research ecologist with the Environmental Protection Agency's Office of Research and Development, and he's joining us from the West Coast in Oregon. So thank you for being up really early to be with us today. Steve is a limnologist by training. He's been working on monitoring and assessment at the EPA for 33 years. He's the lead on the aquatic component of EMAP in the 1990s and early 2000s. He leads a team of 15 people in the Office of Research and Development that provide national and state support on the National Aquatic Resource Surveys and state monitoring programs. So welcome, Steve.
Laura, thank you so much. And thanks to all of you for being willing to listen to me at, well, I guess 7:30 now here. So I have had a cup of coffee. I'm ready to go. And as you have fighting technology for the last hour or so, but I think we've at least got that mastered for a little bit. Thanks to Laura and Kelly for inviting me. I'm not sure that I have a lot to share that you will be really interested in, but I'll do my best to share some things that I'm hoping will be of interest, because quite honestly, we need your help. And that's not just me, but I think across the issues of monitoring and assessment and making environmental progress, we need your help and your ideas. So what I'm going to talk about is the National Aquatic Resource Surveys, or NARS. And I'm first going to put it in kind of the broader Clean Water Act objectives context. And then I want to try and bring that down to questions that we have and lessons we've learned about trying to communicate the results of monitoring. So as you may or may not know, NARS is intended to be a partnership between EPA, the states, and the tribal nations to assess the status of the nation's waters. Toward the end, I'm going to talk about some specific linkages this program and our efforts have had with Vermont in particular, for which we're going to always be grateful to you guys for those linkages. So let me start first with the Clean Water Act. It's pretty clear When you look at the very first section of the Clean Water Act, says the objective of this act is to restore and maintain chemical, physical, and biological integrity of the nation's waters. There's language in there as well later on about fishable and swimmable. Those tended to be, when you read the details, interim goals on getting to this first objective of restore and maintaining chemical, physical, and biological integrity of the nation's waters. A couple other sections of the act that are relevant to discussions are section 303D, the what's often referred to as the impaired waters list. I refer to it as the felons list, and you'll understand why a little bit later. And then 305B, that section talks about reporting and sharing the results of monitoring. Basically says that the states are to provide a description of the water quality of all navigable waters, the extent to which all navigable waters of the state provide for the protection and propagation of balanced populations, and allow recreational activities. So those two become very important kind of in the monitoring world, and which has taken precedent, has varied a lot over time. And we'll come back to that as well. What I think we end up finding looking at water resource quality is that what we're actually doing is more of a cumulative assessment, because there are plenty of other laws that impact water quality. So we've got the Toxic Substances Act, the Fungicide and Insecticide Act, we've got the National Environmental Protection Act, we've got the Endangered Species Act, we've got the Clean Air Act amendments, and of course, overlaying all of those is the Clean Water Act itself. But all of those have an impact on water quality or water resource quality. And what we really are doing in most of our monitoring is looking at the cumulative effectiveness of all of these laws and regulations. Hard to separate them from one another in terms of looking at their impacts. But laying on top of that, we also have what I refer to as kind of the 5 big public questions, and they're very simply stated. It's, do we have a problem? How big is the problem? Is it widespread? Is it local? What's causing it? Is it getting better or worse? And while I say we have these problems, occasionally people ask me, well, how do you know you have those kinds of questions from the public? Don't the acts reflect what their questions are? And to a certain extent, that's true. The acts are kind of the legislative endorsement of the questions of public acts. But we know the questions are somewhat simple in this respect, that every EPA administrator has asked simple questions and mostly not been able to get them answered. The 70s, 80s, 90s, early 2000s, there were at least 3 reports a decade on our ability to put things like the 305B report together into a national assessment. Not to say the 305B reports in the states making them aren't doing their job. It's that when people try and look at how are we doing nationally, they can't put those together. OMB expressed an interest in making sure that these questions were answered back in 2003. So we can look at administrators from the very first one, Bill Ruckelshaus. He famously said when faced with acid deposition, what do you mean you don't know how many acid lakes? How can I actually formulate policy if we don't know how big a problem it is? William Riley in the late 80s said, hey, I've been in this business a long time. I think the agency does an exemplary job. The bad news is I don't have the data to prove it. Congress has also asked these kinds of questions, very simple. Sid Yates was a congressman from Illinois for 50 years, and every single year at the appropriations hearings with USGS, he simply asked, are the waters getting better or worse? And every year USGS had to tell him, we don't have an answer for that. But basically in 2005, the National Aquatic Resource Surveys essentially were started, and they were started with the intent of it being a federal, state, and tribal partnership to track progress on the Clean Water Act. My group here in Corvallis and a few of the other Office of Research and Development locations has been responsible for developing all of the science that has gone into making these assessments, the monitoring assessment, possible. So in short, for those of you who don't know about NARS, it's a statistical survey approach to design. It's based on making sure we have comparable field methods across the country, comparable indicators, that the assessment approach is comparable, and that it produces a coordinated national and regional assessment. And we say regional because when this first started, we really didn't want to get into debates with states about what's going on in their state. They, you all know what's happening there better than anyone else. So we said, let's at least give regional assessments and then work with states over time to see if we've got comparable assessments coming out of the two efforts. The assessments come basically in 4 flavors, one geared toward rivers and streams, another geared towards lakes, one geared toward coastal waters, and then finally one geared toward wetlands. Each of the assessments has the same basic 3 components. So it's status, how are we doing now? Simplifying it down to what percent of stream length or what percent of lakes are in good, fair, or poor condition relative to any specific indicator, whether it's a biological indicator, nutrients, other chemistry, physical habitat, and then track these over time. So it's getting us to think about trends in a little different way, whereas historically we've always thought about trends at a single site. Now we're really talking about trends in the context of the population. So just as we think in human health about what percentage of the population is obese, for example, when we talk about trends in that number, is that percentage increasing or decreasing over time, rather than is Steve Paulson getting more or less obese over time? And I'm not going to answer that question for you. And then the third content of every assessment is some attempt to rank the stressors, whether it's nutrients or physical habitat, in terms of their importance in impacting biological integrity. So this has been going on since basically 2005. Almost all of the 4 categories have undergone or are undergoing their 3rd assessment. So far, we've been able to answer kind of the broad questions about cumulative effectiveness of our actions. So for example, we know about, based on biological indicators, about 31% of the nation's lakes would be considered in poor condition. And that's the kind of summary that we're trying to get to. We have the raw data behind all of that, but we're trying to get to that kind of summary for public and legislation. We have answers to questions about Clean Water Act objective, restoring and maintaining chemical, physical, biological integrity, and the goal of fishable, swimmable, essentially status and trends in all of those. We are providing answers to, or at least the data to help answer questions about the relative importance of the different stressors, which is one of the things that the 305B reports attempt to do. And then we're answering questions about geographic hotspots. Is it the same across the country, or the particular regions that are in good condition or poor condition? And then it provides a framework for state scale surveys. And folks in Vermont have been very active in leadership of trying to make that kind of thing happen, particularly for lakes, because of their importance to you all. And that's been really inspiring to watch and see what you all have been doing with both the national, regional, and state scale level of data. But NARS itself is at national and regional scales, and so I think it's appropriate, particularly for this group, to ask, so how does it link to states and organizations like the Federation? So our partnership with Vermont through time has, I think, been pretty impressive, and I'd forgotten about some of it until I started thinking about this presentation. But in the early days of acid rain during the 1980s and 20s, there were two people in particular in Vermont who worked with us, who really helped us make this effort happen. Doug Burnham and Jim Kellogg, very influential in the acidic deposition monitoring or the acidification effects on lakes. And because of their work, there were 21 lakes and ponds in Vermont that were tracked quarterly and used in our assessment of the effectiveness of the Clean Air Act amendments. You know, our intent with that was to do a survey just like NARS to be able to answer Ruckelshaus's question of, so how many acid lakes are there? And is that number increasing or decreasing over time with the implementation of the Clean Air Act amendments? But we quickly knew, especially with help from folks like Doug and Jim, that just knowing the number kind of during summer periods wasn't enough. That would get a chronic acidification, but episodic acidification was every bit as important. And we could only do that by handpicking sensitive lakes that were tracked over time. So our thanks to them for doing that. The very first national lake assessment in NARS was actually led by your own Neil Kamen. He essentially took a detail to Office of Water and made that assessment happen. And it was a real pleasure to work with Neil and watch his leadership in working with all of the states to make that assessment a reality. And then more recently, NARS has tried to establish a more of a leadership team to really reflect that it's intended to be a partnership. And so there are a number of states who have stepped up and offered someone to be part of that team. And in Vermont's case, Kelly Merrill has been doing that and has been really instrumental in getting us to think about broader issues as well as making the program a success. So of all of the states, this Vermont, interestingly, has been one of the most active in helping make NARS a reality. But as I thought about the presentation today, one of the things that occurred to me is, I mean, listening to Jane and her presentation on climate change, and Peter and the presentation on HABs, it's kind of no wonder that monitoring and assessment takes a backseat sometimes, because those are such critical issues, and they did such a nice job of presenting how important they are and what time crunch we're under to deal with those. That it's pretty easy to look at monitoring and assessment and say, yeah, that'll help us down the road, but I need these things now. Well, the challenge for all of us is, if we don't think about the monitoring and assessment, how we're going to use information to impact policies, it tends to get put off and off and off and never happen. So I've found myself increasingly the last several years thinking about monitoring and assessment and what we can do to make the information impactful. I'm one of those naive people that when we started, I was thinking to myself, you know, if we just have the statistics on how many lakes and streams and rivers and wetlands are in good shape, you know, that'll prompt people to take action. Yeah, well, nice thought. Doesn't always happen. We have to put more energy into that, as you all know quite well. So these are some thoughts that I've been mulling over the last few years and wanted to share them with you. The first one is actually some insights I got from a congressional science staff member way back in 1992. I was at a meeting that Al Gore was supposed to speak at. And the day before the meeting started, the Democratic committee nominated him to be vice president, and so he had to cancel his appearance. which actually turned out to be a good thing because this congressional staffer was outstanding. What she did was present a history of environmental legislation and, in her opinion, what brought each of those to bear. And what she showed us was that for 4 major pieces of legislation, the Clean Water Act, Clean Air Act, NEPA, and Endangered Species, there had been in major publications front page stories at least 3 different times in the year preceding the enactment of that legislation. They tended to be things like Time, Newsweek, and some newspaper like New York Times, but it was always at least 3 times it occurred, basically saying if you get information that's compelling in front of the public, they will take action and Congress will follow. And that's what actually happens, is Congress following them. Unfortunately, we're in kind of the heat of trying to build the monitoring and assessment programs. And so I forgot about this, but I think it's worth having us as a group think about it, because it's a little less clear now with all of the outlets for information where you would go to try and get that kind of influence. So we don't have, I mean, we still have Newsweek and other publications that go nationally, but it's not limited to those. And so that makes it a bit more of a challenge, but it also makes it easier to get your information out. One of the things that we early on thought would be useful is that the national and regional information from NARS could help set the context, whether you're setting a context in order to prioritize action or just understanding what things are. For example, we know as I mentioned, that nationally about 31% of the lakes are in poor condition biologically. In the Northern Appalachians, the number is essentially the same, 30. Vermont has and can easily, as can other states, say, well, here is where Vermont is relative to the national and regional picture. We're either in better condition or about the same, or we're in worse condition. I had one of the estuary leaders in South Carolina tell me once, I don't actually care what the answer is, but I need the context to take action. If we're in better shape, I can argue for more resources to do an even better job. If we're in worse shape, I can also argue for more resources so that we can bring our scores up. And so I think that setting context has been something. Prioritizing where you actually take action, so kind of getting at are we dealing with hotspots or widespread issues? Those are 2 things that I thought we have always thought would be useful from the national data. And you can do that geographically, or you can do that in terms of condition. This kind of brings me back to I mentioned early on the Clean Water Act and the Section 303D. And I refer to that as the felon section because it reflects a mindset that we need to deal with the worst offenders first. And it's never quite clear to me if that's the priority that we should take. Should we, in fact, be working on more prevention and saving the best of what's left? Kelly mentioned that Vermont is in the midst of trying to grapple with that very issue. We want to keep the best of the rest from getting worse. And in fact, the Clean Water Act gives us leverage to go either way. The non-degradation part of the act says we need to prevent things from backslipping. And Section 303D says we need to take those that are in worse condition and restore them. And I think that's always going to be an issue within states and locally as to where you put your energy. Overall, though, in thinking about it, the biggest thing that I've been grappling with is, of course, if you don't reach the audience, all of the monitoring assessment is kind of for naught. We can track things, but if we can't get it to people who are willing to take action with it, then we really haven't done our job. And that's often the last part of monitoring assessment, the assessment part, that gets a lot of attention. And so I think collectively, we need to address that. I know certainly in NARS, we put a lot of energy into the national and regional assessments, but how to get that out to folks who are going to use the information to make a difference is not something we've put a lot of energy into. We often think of that as something for the communication specialists, but I think we need to be more invested in that. And so, of course, how is always the challenge. When I look at that, I find that for me, reading other fields makes a big difference in how I think about things. A few years ago, I like to read information about health, information on business, information from a wide variety of fields. And one of the things I think it's probably been in the literature for years, I just never knew about it. But if you read newspapers in particular, or even short magazine articles, there is a formula for how they present issues. You can look at current issues like gun violence. You can look at health issues. You can look at business issues. The formula seems to be this: you focus in on a particular individual or a particular location, and you tell a story about that location. That's what allows people to actually make a connection. And once they have made that connection, then they're interested in the statistics. And that's, I think, something that we could learn a lot from in environmental monitoring and assessment. And it's where I think partnerships with organizations like the Federation, where most of you, from my understanding, have a real vested interest in what's happening in a particular lake or pond. Those are the stories that capture people's attention. I mean, how many articles have you ever read about a particular health issue? Say it's obesity. It starts with Steve is, 69 years old. He's been struggling with his weight his whole life. He's tried X, Y, and Z, and it didn't work. He finally took this set of advice and is now making a dent. And then you launch into the statistics of how many people are just like Steve and struggling with that same issue. There is absolutely no reason we can't tell environmental stories in that same formula. We use the locations, the individuals that people can have a connection to. Even if they don't know your particular lake or pond, they know one that's like it. They know one that's similar or near to them, that's near and dear to their heart. Those are connections that reach them and make a difference. All of the statistics that come after that are things that then just allow them to justify taking an action. Yeah, we need to act on that. So I think whether it's things like trying to restore the Clean Lake funding program or any other action that you want to take within a state or even locally for a particular lake or pond, that formula is something that is worth taking a look at and see if it allows us to make connections. I wish I had more firm answers for you on the communication of assessments and how we get the information out there farther, but I don't. That's not my field. These are just observations from the last 20, 30 years of trying to think about it and think about how we can make a difference with the work that we do on monitoring and assessment. So Laura, I think I will stop there. I'd love to hear from folks in the group on your thoughts on making a difference with information, and we'll go from there.
Great, thank you so much. If anybody has any questions, they can either put them in the chat or they can raise their hand. We didn't make a big fanfare of it before this talk, but this is kind of in the context of celebrating 50 years of the Clean Water Act and kind of looking back. So this is really, a really interesting talk, especially in that context. Well,
I'm off the hook. I like that. Hopefully they're all still awake.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much. This was fantastic.
You're welcome, Laura. Thank you.
Okay. Well, as we move on to continue on our agenda for the day, we have Eric Hansen up next. He is been a biologist for the Vermont Loon Conservation Project. And he has conducted research on the common loon since 1992. His early work focused on banding loons to answer basic biological questions and assess toxicology concerns. Eric received his master's degree at the University of Minnesota, setting up a volunteer-based monitoring program for Minnesota's 12,000 loons. His loon work in Vermont has focused on management around loon nest sites, education of lake users, and making community science an integral part of loon conservation. He's taught various ecology courses at Sterling College and for the Rhodes Scholar Program. In the winter months, he takes care of the cross-country ski trails at the Craftsbury Outdoor Center and coaches the Craftsbury High School ski team. So welcome, Eric. Are you able to share your screen?
All right, where do I find the share button?
Up at the top, and if you can't, I can definitely share my screen, but up at the top, it looks like an arrow, or you should have like a little bar with it says share, open share tray.
Let's see. I have a bar that has like the screen and the mute, the 3 dots, more actions. Oh, hold on. Yeah, let's see. I'm not seeing it.
All right, well, I can bring it up and you can always tell me when to.
Okay. That'll work. Yeah, there's a bar at the top, but there's nothing on it.
Okay, yeah, it looks like a little square with an arrow. It's just
square with an arrow. Let's see. Oh, there it is.
Okay.
Open share tray. There we go.
You should be able to do it from there. And if not, I've got your PowerPoint just opening up now. So whoever
How's
gets
that?
there first wins.
Can you see it?
Not yet. Do you have two as? Let's see here. Oh, here we go. I think it's coming.
Or am I?
There we go. Yep. So now if you just want to make it a slideshow, I think we're good to go.
Okay, I think it should be there.
Yep. Yeah, it looks great. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for having me. It's fun to kind of join in on some research that I've not jumped into too heavily, but we've had lots of discussion about it, that ubiquitous, or that sort of the unknown of climate change. But I'm also making this a chance to talk about some lead fishing tackle issues that loons have faced recently, and a big project that we're going to start in the next year or two, that I'm going to be asking for Lake Association help. And this would be a great way to introduce this to you, and we'll be doing lots of discussion over this coming summer and into next year. But first, Vermont Center for Eco Studies, the group I work for, is based down in Norwich, Vermont. We do a lot of non-game wildlife type work, insects, amphibians, songbirds, mountain bird watch, Bicknell's thrush, loons being part of that. A huge new project over the last 10 years has been these atlas projects on insects, especially, really documenting kind of what's out there and figuring out where the issues are. Bumblebees being a big one that's gotten more of the headlines in recent years, but also working with anything from butterflies to moths to dragonflies and lady beetles. So lots of neat things going on with this group. We partner with Vermont Fish and Wildlife Department, so I work pretty closely, mainly with the game wardens in dealing with birds, distressed loons, beaching loons, things like that. But there is a major source of support and financial help. And then I can't go on or talk enough about the volunteers. Well over 400 volunteers helping us statewide. Almost every lake has a contact, and many of you hopefully are listening in now. So it's just, this is the neatest thing about this project, is just sort of letting lakes run with it. And we'll just be doing more and more of that down the road. So today we're going to talk about two different things. One is lead, fishing gear, and monofilament. The other is climate change. And one of the things that's happened in the last 4 years is we've had 7 or 8 loons die from lead, and that's quite an uptick from recent years. And if you put it in the context of the 350 adult loons we have in the state, that's a major part of the population. The other part is climate change. Projected loons have been picked out as a species that's going to be affected. And I've looked into the details of some of those Audubon reports or some of the other ones that I've seen out there, and they don't get into the nitty gritty of like, why are loons going to disappear from Vermont? And I don't think we actually know the answer to that, except people are looking at what the climate will be like. And if it's like North Carolina, there's no loons in North Carolina. So what's going on? So we'll discuss some of the issues that are how loons might be affected. But first, lead. Some of those recent cases we've had, you often get a bird coming on shore, looking lethargic, just not very active. Here's 2 recent cases, Zachwoods Pond. That bird was just on the shore. We don't know why. Nothing outward, no fishing line. Same with the Lake Raponda bird. Eventually, both those birds died. The Raponda one is the sadder story. Last summer, it had a mate. They were on a nest. Eventually, he stopped going onto the nest. The female was trying to do all the nesting. Eventually, we tried catching him twice. Couldn't do it. He was a good enough swimmer. But finally, he beached himself and ended up dying. The female tried incubating for another 2 weeks until she finally abandoned the nest. She is now remated this year, but they're and still looking for a nest down there. So those were 2 recent cases. One of a very valid question is, we have a lead fishing law. Is it not working, or is it working? And the answer to that is yes, it is working. And I'm going to go through some stats on that in a minute. But loons are always going to be taking live bait and lures. It's just part of fishing and loons. They're easy picking. They're tempting. They often draw a fish closer, and so they'll often take the fish as well. Loons will also pick up stones on the bottom. It's part of their biology to get stones into their gizzard, and occasionally they'll pick up something, a chunk of lead down there. People still have lead in their tackle boxes, even the small stuff. Most of those loons that have died recently were illegal lead, so people are using it. But we did have some huge lead sinkers in a recent bird on Halls Lake this spring that was a legal piece, so it was above ½ ounce. So we're just trying to figure out, okay, how can we just get the incentives to get people to remove that lead? Quick overview. Fishing gear is the leading cause of mortality. We've collected about almost 150 loons since the late 1980s, and most of those have died from lead. The next biggest cause is unknown. We don't, again, nothing obvious in the necropsies, but then fish hooks and monofilament are the other big cause. So again, loons are going to have to live with this. We're always going to lose some, but lead is preventable in the sense that we can use alternatives. The alternatives are available. And then you can look at some of the other ones down the road. Fungal respiratory disease. I'll actually talk about that with climate change. The increase in the recent loon population. We're seeing a little bit more higher rates of attack by other loons. Loons will actually fight for spots in territories, and sometimes they'll even kill each other. And then a variety of other things that have only taken a few loons here and there. So complicated graph, although not that complicated. Start in the upper left, fishing gear lead. And I broke out the number of actual adult mortalities pre-2007 and post-2007 when the lead law went into effect. And as you look at it, the raw numbers, we had about 19 loons before 2007, and we've had 14 since. So the actual numbers are less, but if you actually take that as a percent of the population, drop straight down to that lower graph, it's under half the rate in recent years. And it really does show that the lead law has had an effect. Back in the 1990s and early 2000s, we had 100 to 200 loons statewide. Now we're up to 200 to 350 now. So it's been a huge increase as a so as a percent of the population, lead is having a smaller impact. Fishing gear, so fish line and fish hook, the next set of columns, that's been about the same. We've seen an uptick in recent years. That's relevant to having more loons around, and so the rate has been relatively constant. But one of the interesting ones is fungal respiratory disease. It's called aspergillosis, and we've had a lot more cases since 2007. And we've definitely seen an uptick in that. And there is a chance that that is related to slightly warmer waters, higher stress, but that higher stress could be from lots of different reasons, including more loons around. And we've also seen an uptick in the number of loons actually being killed by other loons. So, but not substantial numbers, just a few. But this is the one that, really is wanting me to take some action and figure out some systems for bringing the number of lead mortalities down, is this uptick at the end. These are actual averages per year. And a few years, I want to say last year or 2 years ago, we had actually 4 mortalities in 1 year. So it's definitely something we're trying to deal with. And we're looking to have you guys help us. This was an interesting bird that I banded as a chick on Molly's Falls Reservoir. And then 6 years later, it was back in the area looking for a spot in a territory and got caught up in this fishing line. So this was a monofilament issue. But that often loons don't nest until they're 6 or 7 years of age. And the other big thing that's allowing us to do this is we got a very large grant from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service from an oil mitigation project from an oil spill in 2003 that killed over 500 loons. And they're looking at ways to replace those loons plus all their potential offspring. And New Hampshire and us here in Vermont, we're able to convince them that, hey, if we can reduce lead mortality, that's going to have an impact in bringing loons back, or at least keeping them on the status quo. So we got some funding for that. And now we're reaching out to groups like you to help us make this happen. So we'll be setting it up this summer, more in July and August. And then next summer, we really hope to get things going. Some of the projects we want to do is a lot of outreach. Why is there still a problem? Why is lead an issue? And then the other one is letting people know, where can you bring your lead and where can you bring that discarded line? So these monofilament tubes are going to be a big part of that. And hopefully we can be putting those up at boat access areas, especially tied with greeter programs, where lake associations can take responsibility for just making sure people aren't putting garbage in them, making sure the signage is correct, things like that, helping to install them, things like that. We'll also look at other ways of getting or providing places for lead to be collected, whether it's other different offices or our local hazardous waste days or even the garbage collection sites. Those are all things we'll be investigating this summer. Another incentive will be, since we have some funding, to actually provide vouchers for people who bring in lead. They can actually get a voucher, bring it to a participating store and buy different gear. And so that'll be a plus for the stores and a way to reach anglers in a different way. We already got some good pilot projects going. This was last year by the Friends of Waterbury Reservoir. They put up some discarded line fishing containers next to their kiosks. Again, these kiosks were put up by them, so I still need to work with Fish and Wildlife Department and whether that's going to work or not. And that's where the greeter program might be helpful, is utilizing some of their space to make these receptacles available, as well as getting the information out there. So exactly how can you guys help? One will be to sort of sponsor a collection tube or several, depending on the size of your lake. Work with the greeter program, just having them knowledge. I want to keep it as simple as possible. And so it may be that there's actually no involvement by the greeter except to say, oh, you could drop your lead or fishing line off over there. But for those who are more interested, they could do some outreach themselves. Maybe they could even help with the voucher program, or that might be taken on by an individual at a lake association who can be kind of a contact person. The other big part is through all of your outreach, whether it's your websites or whether social media, your newsletters, emails that go out to Lake Association members, a way to sort of make a plug for this, and do it probably repeatedly over several years, and see what we can do with that. And then I'm open up to any other ideas that you have for reaching anglers, because definitely anglers are not all living on the lakes, so we got to figure out a way to reach the day trippers who are coming out to our lakes. So next steps, well, again, we'll be setting up this summer. Eloise Gerard, pictured here, she'll be back in July and August. She just left, I think, yesterday for the Arctic for 6 weeks to do shorebird work. I'm sort of jealous, but not so jealous because there's a lot of mosquitoes and it's tough country up there. But she's hopefully having a lot of fun, or will have a lot of fun. But this will be one of her main projects in July and August, is reaching out to you. You can reach us as well at this new email that I'm using, loon@vtecostudies.org. If you have some high school kids in the area that building these containers, although I'll be able to provide all the materials, will be a great way to get someone involved and do some of the outreach and things like that. So lots of potential. In the meanwhile, if you have lethargic birds or beach birds, we want to monitor them. We often don't know what's wrong with them, and we usually let things kind of play out. Loons don't do well with rehab. In fact, the only rehabber we really have with water tanks is in 5 hours away in Maine. And they're not even taking birds right now because of the avian flu issues. But we also want to collect every dead loon so we can take a look at what's going on. And these necropsies are super important to figuring out what the threats are facing the birds. And it takes a fair amount of funding. So we're always looking for help with that, especially if we're making this a priority to do more pathology work, to do more, the deeper look, not just a quick look, and beyond the X-ray. So I have to thank Vince for being a major player with this. Bren Lundberg has been fabulous in helping with the necropsies. We've actually been taking all our birds to UNH this year, which is a huge effort to drive 3-4 hours to get a bird down there and back. But it's a safe way to deal with the avian flu issue this summer. And then Dr. Mark Pokris, who's been guiding us all through this with the necropsy issues and diseases, et cetera, facing loons. All right, so that's that part. Now let's jump to the climate change issue for today and the theme of today. What could happen to loons? Why were they predicted, or why are they predicted to maybe disappear from our area? I think there's more questions than we have answers, but there are some theories as to what might be happening. When loons get really hot, they'll start opening their bill, sort of panting away like that. The one on the right, I don't know if it's actually panting away or if it's just excited. It has the 2 little newly hatched chicks. The range of loons is throughout Canada and barely into the United States. So we're really at their southern edge. And if that range gets restricted based on temperatures, will loons just kind of move north and use the lakes further up? Or will they be able to continue to use New England lakes? Again, we don't really know. But we do know loons are not nesting down in central United States. And why? Could be temperatures and mean temperatures, peak temperatures. Could also be lack of lakes. There are lakes there, so why aren't they using them? We don't really know for sure. We also know that loons have gone through a lot over their millions of years of being around, from ice ages to other warm periods. So how adaptable are they? How adaptable are they to a faster change in the climate? So these are, again, a lot of interesting questions that hopefully we can slowly find some answers to. But one part we do know is heat stress is an issue. Loons will leave their nest a lot more often when it's above 80 degrees, 85 degrees. They're going to get in that water and cool off. I mean, think about it. They're living out there in 33-degree water and staying warm enough to survive and do well. Yet here they are having to now deal with 90 degrees, 85 degrees on a hot summer day. And those nests are really exposed, at least a lot of them are, to the sun. So they leave those eggs. And there's definitely been a trend where we've seen more. Usually a pair spends 99% of the time, male and female, switching places. But in some reports of the last decade, loons are only on those nests 94, 95% of the time. So something can happen in that 5%. One, they could overheat. 2, predators are more likely to be able to get it without defense of the adult present. The other big thing is embryo development. Eggs are really sensitive. If there's a slight shift in that temperature up or down, you can easily lose those eggs. And part of that has to do with the permeability of the membrane and the eggshell. And those embryos are breathing. And if it gets warmer, there's more metabolism and there's more gases being produced. And if it can't go through that membrane fast enough, it'll kill the embryo. The other thing is the dark egg, and no loon sitting on top of it to kind of shade it can just kind of overheat it as well. So these are all possibilities, but we still don't know the exact physiology of what's happening. But these are all possibilities of why eggs may just be left on a nest and not viable anymore. Some loons get lucky and find a nice shady spot to nest. Some of that's all they have for habitat choice, a nice island with trees on it. The other part is we've actually done some management with nesting aerial guards, we call them, mainly using those for eagle predation coming after an egg or after an adult, and they sit under these little hoop houses. We've just started using a few in Vermont, but this could be a way to deal with some of the issues of heat, although it's not one that we want to go to just because it's management, and we really don't want to be dealing with that in the longest of terms, looking for something sustainable. The other thought is that with earlier ice out, loons might return sooner and actually nest sooner. This year I actually did see a slight trend. We had a pretty warm spring it seems like the mean nesting dates have been a little bit earlier. Usually right now we're in right in the middle of June 3rd here, where about half the birds are on nest by now and the other half will go on in the next week or two. But that might shift earlier. So they're actually dealing with lower temperatures in May rather than going into June for some of that nesting. So that may allow them to stick around and have successful nests, but we don't really know. Another thing with climate change, it's associated both with dry periods like the last 2 summers, but it could also lead to larger rain events. In 2019, we had several 2 to 4 inch rain events right in the middle of the nesting cycle. And you can see loons only nest 2 to 8 inches off the water line. And it doesn't take much of a rise to flood a nest. So 2 years ago or 3 years ago, we saw that record 13 flooded nests because of those big events. I throw this one as kind of a joke, but it's this amazing nest on Lake Elligo. Loons almost never travel this far from the water to nest, except for this pair. This pair has been using the site for 15 years, I think, where they make this 6-7 foot trek up rock and steep little inclines to get up here. It's an amazing spot. But I don't think the A&R is going to be able to enforce any zoning for loons. Another issue is things that we can't see very well. One of those is malaria. We've now had about 6 or 7 dead loons in New England from malaria, not in Vermont yet, but over in New Hampshire, parts of Maine. And loons are a species that has not co-evolved with malaria. Lots of birds have co-evolved with malaria, and they carry it all the time up and down the East Coast, even though the malaria is mostly further south. And they just live with it. They tolerate it, no problem. But loons are a new species and more vulnerable because of that. And there's lots of different kinds of malaria. Some of it will just sort of live in the bird and be fine, but other ones do become deadly. And so they're definitely finding that. I'm working with Ellen Martinson at UVM, where we're now doing little blood smears to test loons, both healthy and sick ones, and we're looking to see what might be out there. So it's definitely something we're monitoring. There's some new intestinal parasites that have shown up. New one last year in New York, this thorny-headed worm, never seen in a loon before. Where did that come from? We're seeing more intestinal parasites in general, where there's the slight increase. Is that due to slightly warmer waters? We don't. Again, it's hard to tell. Black flies, not necessarily warm related, but maybe the population might increase a little bit. They can actually drive loons off their nests at the peak of the black fly season. In Wisconsin, they've actually estimated up to like 50% nest loss because loons just can't handle it. But they often will re-nest later in the summer, but then they have to deal with the heat. And we don't know if ticks are going to be an issue with loons, but there's another insect that's definitely been on the rise. Another one we've seen increase is this fungal respiratory disease called aspergillosis. And in a normal lung, if you look at the right, is usually just really clear cellophane type tissue is the air sac. But then if you start getting these little lesions on it, those yellow dots, that can start to impair the bird. And we actually had a bird last year that it was solid yellow. There was nothing left of the air sac that you could see, where it just took over the body. And mostly aspergillosis is there, it's out there. Birds, a healthy loon can deal with it, but it's like having a common cold when you're weak and tired. It can just sort of take off. So if a loon is weak and tired, that's where we're going to see aspergillosis more likely take off. And we've definitely seen a lot more of it. Used to only be found in the ocean loons, and now we're seeing it in the breeding loons. So another thing of reason why we want to be able to do these necropsies and see what's going on there. And then more of what you guys are talking about today is all the lake issues of, algae and cyanobacteria, water quality and phosphorus and large rain events. These are all things that are going to affect our lakes somehow. And I'm looking forward to listening to some of the other discussions of how is it going to affect our lakes? What's going to happen to the food web, especially as things change. So again, something to monitor. And that having that healthy lake is so important. Loons just being one top of the food web or top of the food chain there. Some general assessments in New Hampshire over the last 20, 30 years, they've definitely seen a trend in warmer temperatures, more rain events, and that is correlated highly with lower productivity, especially in southern areas of the state. But again, it's often hard to pinpoint the exact cause, except if it was flooding. On the other end, non-breeding is in the winter, and some of you probably heard about the cases of loons getting iced in on Winnipesaukee and Lake Champlain this past winter. The photos here are from 2016, where a group of 9 loons were swimming in this hole in late February. And what happens is on these big lakes, and this is probably where it's going to be a bigger problem, they don't always ice up by January. And if the loons can stick around into January, February, they undergo this complete molt and they're flightless. So even if they could fly, they can't because of their flightless period there for about a month. It's less of an issue probably on smaller lakes because most of those, at least right now, are freezing up by late December, early January at the latest, and those birds can get off. But in these other cases where it stays open into later January into February, that's where they might get stuck. Most of these are birds of the young of the year, and so they haven't really figured out the migration pattern yet, whereas adults usually make it off pretty well. And just, one little thing that, again, or several big things that we can do, little things as well, is the whole taking care of our lakes. And you've seen this, you've heard this, and it just makes it even more important for us to think about how we can make our lakes more resilient to change. And, taking a shoreline like the one on the left and adding a buffer zone to it adds for cooling, adds for habitat, creates better life for the base of the food web. You can see in that lower diagram. And then the big one, how do we change our behaviors? And I won't be the one to figure out how we all do that, but how do we drive less? How do we fly less? How do we heat our homes? Those are all things that everybody's going to have to jump in on board. So we're all going to be kind of watching, monitoring, learning, and figuring out what's going to happen down the road next. So appreciate, we'll be in touch about the lead program this summer. Please contact us if you already have an interest in that, and we can start that next spreadsheet for making this, implementing that in the next 2 years. And also look forward to doing more research with DEC on the whole lake issue with climate change. All right.
Thank you so much, Eric. There are a few comments in the chat. One was, do you have any plans available for the hoop house that you can share with lake associations?
Yeah, I have all of that. I'm trying to figure out here how to get back so I can unshare my screen. There we go. Is it back?
Not yet, but sometimes there's a little bit of a delay.
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
All right, so yeah, for the hoop houses, we use lobster trap mesh, and through that grant, I was actually able to purchase a bunch more. And we don't use it in all places. We often will plant 2 to 4 foot tall shrubs on these rafts to make them a little less vulnerable to eagles. Natural nests, we haven't done it in Vermont, but we can actually take alder trees and some other ones and sort of put them deep in the ground near a natural site that might be vulnerable. So there are ways that we could deal with eagles in that way. And then having a few eagle depredation is not a bad thing in the sense that it's a natural way for, I mean, it's always hard when you watch your loons get hit, but at the same time, it's not a man-made thing so much. And so those are the real issues we're after.
Great. And we had another question in the chat about whether or not avian flu is impacting the loons.
So an email just came in this morning. There's now been 2 cases in Minnesota and 1 case in Wyoming. No cases yet in the Northeast. So loons definitely can get it. They're not probably high on the risk chart as far as exposure, just because they're so solitary compared to flocking up with other birds. So we're hoping that it won't be a big issue for loons. We're also hoping that as midsummer rolls around, avian flu actually becomes less of an issue. It often does. There are episodic events like of other avian flus over the past, well, forever. So like 6 years ago, I think there was an episode, and by midsummer, you're getting very few cases of it. We don't know if that's going to happen with this variant, whether it'll stay around longer and affect more things. So far, wildlife, is being hit here and there, but it hasn't been widespread. It's really the concentrated poultry flocks that are being hit the most. So if you ever do find a dead bird, better to get hold of me, because I'll have safety equipment just to be on the safe side. We've had 2 dead loons this year so far, and neither of them had avian flu.
And then Jack Witness had his hand up. Jack, if you had a question.
Eric, what a great presentation. Thank you so much. I mean, there's so much food for thought and so many things that we can do and think about going down the road. One of the things I wondered about was whether there's data from colonial times and whatnot that might help figure out what's happening with loons over time, not going back to the ice ages, but what's happening to habitat, what's happening to availability of food, what's happening to temperature that might help shed some light on that second part of the talk.
Yeah, so some of those early naturalists definitely documented nesting loons. One of those was Southeast Massachusetts. There may have been some reports in Pennsylvania. So a lot of the constriction or reducing of the range through the late 1800s, early 1900s, mid 1900s had a lot to do with people and using nest sites or changing waters to be reservoirs for water supply and or hydro, so flooding of nests. There was also a big unfortunate effort, but loons were hunted pretty extensively and not for food. It was more of just a fast bird flying, but we don't know the exact impacts of all of those things. So yeah, the records are pretty scarce as far as looking at the habitat and fish availability and some of the correlations, let's say, with the temperature, except more recently. So there's been a little bit of work on that. And then we know the range has kind of gone back and forth, and loons are definitely have expanded now. There's actually a pair nesting in Connecticut over the last decade. The Massachusetts population is increased dramatically and now kind of stabilized. Part of that Fish and Wildlife Service oil spill grant, there's actually some reintroduction efforts going on. And there's been some of those reintroduced birds are actually are nesting and having a chick. I think the first one was last year from some early pilot projects. So there's some hope that it could expand, but then you also kind of wonder with climate change, how are those southern birds going to adapt? And we don't really know. So it'll be good to be able to monitor really closely to see kind of what happens with the different populations down there versus up here. In southern Vermont versus northern, and then work with our Canadian partners and see what's going on up there. There's the loon community and research group. It was a side benefit of COVID is these Zoom meetings, be able to actually talk with folks in Ontario and Quebec and Washington State on a much more regular basis. There's now working groups North America wide in dealing with mortalities and rescues, as well as community science and population monitoring efforts.
Great. So really quickly before we move on to the next session, I just wanted to get in one more question and a quick word of praise from your efforts last fall to help save a loon on Lake St. Catherine that was tangled in fishing line. So that's a neat story to hear. And the last question is that, you know, sometimes people hear that the loons are eating all the fish and there's too many. And, you know, what's an appropriate response when someone who maybe doesn't care about the loons says something like that?
So yeah, loons do eat fish, and they are going to have some impact, especially on a potentially smaller lake. Loons are super territorial, so they're going to kind of limit themselves. We're also expecting to see the population stabilize a little bit, both with competition with other loons, but also eagles having a bigger influence on them, which is, again, not a bad thing to have that happen, except if you're watching it. I mean, that's when it gets kind of personal. But a healthy lake should be able to easily support a pair of loons plus floaters and intruders. And that's, again, a reason to point to our own personal behaviors around our lakes and making sure we give them that habitat, the riparian zones, so that they can be super productive. I mean, you can look at nest, it gets kind of long when you're trying to find a quick answer, but you can look at developed shorelines and look at fish productivity and fish nesting off those developed shorelines compared to natural habitat or more wild habitat with woody debris and stones and plant life that should be there, and it's dramatic, especially, you know, some of those fish that use the gravelly bottoms and things that aren't getting sediment, a lot of sediment filled in and losing that habitat for nesting. So having a high quality lake is just going to be so important. But fish are also just super prone to change. Yeah, I heard a great talk by the fisheries fish hatchery biologist who talked about the first fish hatchery in Vermont being in the late 1800s because our lakes and ponds and streams were overfished in the 1800s and habitat loss from all the deforestation. And so it's not, and there were very few loons back then. So it's not it's not a one critter answer. I mean, we got eagles, osprey, otter, anglers. I mean, angler pressure is a huge issue for maintaining stocking. Stocking has dramatically changed natural fish productivity. So there's lots of different issues, and it's not a simple answer. So I totally admit, yes, loons are going to have an impact, especially on a smaller lake. But again, that's one reason why they go off to the big lakes to feed, to spread it out, and they know that. So, and we just have to be kind of respectful. They're dependent on fish for their life. We're not dependent on the fish for our survival. So if we do a few fewer fish because of loons and eagles and osprey, I think I'm hoping that people can tolerate that.
Great. Thank you so much. That was a really interesting talk. We appreciate all of your work and advocacy for loons on Vermont lakes. Going to turn it over to our last section before lunch to Oliver Pearson, the DEC Vermont Lakes and Ponds Program Manager.
Yeah, thanks, Laura. Great morning. Thanks, everyone, for sticking around. Fantastic presentations. Great to learn more about loon biology and habitat and populations in Vermont and the region, cyanobacteria blooms and what the trends are there. Hearing from our new commissioner and his love for loons and appreciation for our ponds in the state was fantastic. Hearing from the EPA and recognition that some of our work to protect our higher quality waters has been, you know, acknowledged. Outside the state, that's fantastic, and we're getting going on that work again this summer. Stay tuned for more information there. It's been a fantastic morning. I feel like I'm forgetting one presentation, but moving on. This is sort of a fun part of the day. We have two things we want to accomplish before we break for lunch. So we'll be quick and do our best to respect the next 22 minutes. I'm gonna hand it over to two people to talk about this. Let's start with recognizing some of our lay monitors. And I think many people might know Mark Mitchell. Mark Mitchell runs our lay monitoring program. He's a shared employee between Vermont DEC and the University of Vermont Lake Champlain Sea Grant program. but it's been around working on Vermont lakes for probably 8 to 10 years, if not longer. So I'm going to hand it over to Mark to walk us through a little bit of information about the lake monitoring program and recognize some of our long-serving volunteers. Mark.
Yeah, thanks, Oliver. Thanks for the introduction. I think many of you at this meeting probably know me to some degree or another. So I coordinate the Vermont Lake Monitoring Program. I started as the summer assistant about 10 years ago, and I've been coordinating the program for about the last 5 years, now as a UVM employee, but in partnership with the state. So I know quite a lot of the lay monitors. And today we're recognizing 5 that have volunteered for 30 or more years. A couple of them have sort of retired their lay monitoring, pass it on to others. A few are still going. So yeah, the lay monitors are Don Weaver on Lake Maury, and he's still monitoring again this season. Sarah and Larry Gluckman on Shadow Lake and Glover, who are also continuing monitoring. And then we have Madonna and Chandler Parker out at South Pond and Eden, who have passed on their monitoring duties to a new volunteer. And Bob Martin out on Sabin Pond, who's also passed on his monitoring duties. And so the lake monitoring, it started in 1979, so it's a pretty long-term program where volunteers collect water quality data on their lakes throughout the summer, about weekly to bi-weekly, and they're collecting water samples for phosphorus and chlorophyll, so looking at nutrients and algae in the water, and Secchi depth. Some volunteers only collect Secchi depth, which is a good indication of the water clarity and how that's reflected by the phosphorus and algae, chlorophyll in the water. So that data is really valuable to us, gives us some long-term trends to look at. It's very, consistently collected each summer, and we look for about 8 samples in the summer, so it's kind of a nice average of what's happening during the summer recreation season. So we use that data to do our lake assessments. That's part of my job as well for the state, reporting to the EPA against our water quality standards. So it's been really valuable data to have. And we do have letters that were signed by the commissioner, John Beeling, to send out to these volunteers. I'm not sure exactly who's on the meeting today, but I was just going to read from that letter, extending our thanks to these volunteers. So we at DSC want to extend our sincere thank you for your 30 years of volunteer service to the state of Vermont as lay monitors for your lake. You're one of the longest serving lay monitors to date in the program. There's been a few others that have served for about 30 years or so. And DEC has truly benefited from your consistent efforts over the last 3 decades. Your monitoring work has helped us understand water quality and nutrient enrichment trends on your lake, and has helped us target interventions to reduce shoreline erosion and stormwater runoff into the lake. Water quality conditions on your lakes are better understood because of your outstanding long-term commitment and devotion, and the data that you have collected will inform future practices to protect the lake. Your service is an example that we refer to as we encourage other Vermonters to get involved in the lake monitoring program and other volunteer efforts. So thank you again for your service to DEC and supporting DEC's goals of protecting, maintaining, enhancing, and restoring the water quality of Vermont's surface water resources. So with that, I can open it up for if any of these volunteers are on and they want to say anything, feel free to go ahead and do that now, or if anybody else has any comments, please do now.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. I'll give folks a minute to speak up. I see Sarah Gluckman is coming to life there on
Yes,
Teams. Hey, Sarah, up on Shadow Lake. How are you?
I am good. How are you all? Very nice
Great.
morning. Interesting information. And it's been a pleasure for me to work with the lay monitoring program. Amy Picot and Mark, all of the people in the Lakes and Ponds division. So it's been a real pleasure. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome, and thanks again to you. It's great to meet you during the COVID summer when we were driving around the state collecting samples, and at least 25 monitors even collected samples in that first COVID summer 2020 when things were so uncertain. So that showed a real dedication to the monitoring program, the importance of this long-term data set that we have, and continued monitoring of their lake's health. Great. Well, Don, Bob, Madonna, and Chandler, Chris, Sarah, and Larry, for your commitment. For those that are still monitoring, we hope we get another 30 years out of you, or something along those lines. It's great that Mark Mitchell is back running the program, so giving it the steady leadership, training, guidance that it needs. And Mark will be making plenty of training and quality control visits this summer, so hopefully you'll see him out on your lake. And yeah, I can't speak to the importance of that 40-year data set, which is pretty unique in the United States in terms of helping us understand trends on our lakes and then taking management actions. And many folks have said that one of the key factors that led to the Shoreline Protection Act passage was the data that we obtained from the lake monitoring program, showing us that there are some concerning trends statewide on many of our lakes and ponds. So Mark, anything else from you on that point?
No, I think that's well said. Just looking forward to seeing as many volunteers this summer as I can, and yeah, continuing to collect that data. So thanks.
Great. And if folks are interested in learning more about the program or even getting involved as a monitor, there's information on the DEC Lakes and Ponds website under the monitoring section, and reach out to Mark if you have any specific questions. We definitely welcome interest from people that want to start monitoring. Sometimes we can slot you in right away. Sometimes it takes a little bit of time to figure out where you can best monitor to add value to the program, but do reach out to Mark if you're interested. Yeah, as Mark said, we have letters signed by our commissioner going out to those volunteers in recognition of their service. So those will be going out soon. So switching gears, we also wanted to talk to everyone gathered here at the Lake Seminar about the Bob Arnold Award, which is an award that's been given out by the Vermont DEC Lakes and Ponds program for many years. We took a bit of a hiatus, but we're going to try to get it going again. And I'm going to hand it over to Laura DeLugalecki to provide some information to the group about the Bob Arnold Award.
Thanks, Oliver. Just really briefly, the Bob Arnold Award is named after Robert Arnold of Seymour Lake in Morgan, and it was given in recognition and appreciation of his many years of volunteer service to Seymour Lake as a Vermont lake monitor. His love and dedication to Seymour Lake serve as an inspiration to all who knew him. So the Bob Arnold Award is offered by the Vermont Agency of Natural Resources Lakes and Ponds program to recognize individuals who exhibit devotion in the care and stewardship of their favorite Vermont lake on many facets of lake management and protection. This award has been presented to outstanding individuals since 1998, and we are currently seeking nominations for this award that we would like to award during the annual meeting in September. So if you'd like to nominate someone, please reach out to Oliver Pearson by August 15th, and you can provide him with a suggestion of who you'd like to nominate, who that person is, and a little explanation as to why. And that's all I got about that.
Great. Yeah, thanks, Laura. It's kind of a who's who of Vermont lake volunteers on that list. I see some names that I recognize, some folks that are even with us today. So I think it was perhaps FOVLAP member Chrissy Kano who encouraged us to resume using the Bob Arnold Award as a way to recognize exemplary contributions to lake protection, lake restoration, lake management in Vermont, and we welcome that suggestion, and that's something that our leadership supports as well. So as Laura said, please do send me any nominations that you have for the Bob Arnold Award, and we'll consider those and make an award at the later this summer at the FOVLAP annual meeting. And look forward to the nominations and trying to get this going again on an annual basis, given all the great work that so many people are doing across the state in the lakes and ponds sphere. So we have a few minutes before we break for lunch. I'll just use the pulpit I have here to give two quick updates. Some of the things that have been attracting attention where there's been a lot of community involvement from FOVLAT members has been a petition to the state to regulate wake boats under the use of public waters rule, and 4 petitions to the state to reclassify certain high quality waters under the Vermont water quality standards. So I'm just happy to say that we are getting going on public meetings on both of those issues. We'll be having 2 public meetings, one in the northern half of the state and one in the southern half of the state, to take comment on the wake boat petition. One's been scheduled, the second one's about to be scheduled, and information on those meetings is available on the Vermont DC Lakes and Ponds rulemaking page. And there's links to there will be links to the 2 meetings, all the information you need to participate in person or participate virtually. If you want to give comment on the wake boat petition, the petition is also available on our website. Second, we've just scheduled 3 public meetings to take comment on the lake reclassification petitions. Those are meetings that will be happening on a lake by lake basis. So we've scheduled meetings for Greensboro, Lake Caspian or Caspian Lake, Charleston, Echo Lake, and Glover Shadow Lake. And we'll be scheduling the 4th meeting for Maidstone, up in Maidstone, probably in August, as soon as possible. But the 3 meetings I mentioned are all going to be in July, second half of July. And there's information about those meetings that we just put up this morning on our Lakes and Ponds reclassification page. So it's both of those, well, those 5 petitions, the one for wake boats and the 4 lake reclassification petitions, represent an enormous amount of work by different groups of volunteers. So I apologize that it took us a while to go from petition submittal to this next step of taking public comment in these meetings. But we're glad to now be at that step. Finally, we're deliberately holding these meetings over the summer when folks are thinking about lakes, and some of the part-time residents are back at their lake residences, and just these issues are front and center on people's minds. And I really encourage folks who have feelings and beliefs and opinions about these petitions to participate either virtually or in person at these meetings, because what is said in the public meetings matters. It carries weight. So both of those issues, lake reclassification and potential regulation of wake boats under the use of public waters rule, will have many more steps to go through before they're concluded one way or the other. But it's an important sign of progress that we're holding these public meetings and support from leadership to proceed. And I think on reclassification, specifically the fact that the Ripton stream reclassification petitions are now basically the secretary agreed to initiate rulemaking on those petitions. They're included in the amendment to the Vermont water quality standards, which is currently under review and are therefore on the path to approval. Is a great sign that the state recognizes the importance of reclassifying waters to A1 status to increase their protection. The stream petitions have been a bit of a guinea pig for us to learn how to do it in the lake sphere, and we hope to follow suit by eventually getting our lake reclassification petitions in through formal rulemaking as well, just like the stream ones. And we'll follow a similar process for the wake boat petition under the use of public waters rule. So I'll leave it at that. I think that's enough for now. If folks have any questions on either of those, you can put them in the chat or hit me up. But Laura, maybe I'll hand it over to you to close the morning session so folks can get some lunch if that's what's next, and then reconvene.
Great, thanks, Oliver. It's great. We we made up for lost time. So we're not lost time, but we're on schedule. So thanks for a really exciting morning, everyone. These have been a bunch of really wonderful talks. We have 3 talks this afternoon after lunch, and also a little time for some more Q&A with Lakes and Ponds staff if anybody's interested in sticking around. So let's reconvene at noon. You can remain signed in, or I can let you back into the meeting after lunch. It's up to you, but you guys can all reconvene at 12 o'clock.
Laura, we'll
Yes.
reconvene at 12:45.
I'm sorry, not at 12:45. Yes, thank you.
No.
All right, 12:45, and we're welcoming back some folks. So let's just give it just a few minutes, and then we can welcome Dr. Mindy Morales. Dr. Morales, if you would like to maybe start sharing your screen.
Sure, I can probably do that.
Hey, thanks.
Do you see presenter view or regular view?
I see the presenter view.
Okay, let's see if I can fix that. How about now?
Perfect, wonderful.
Okay, great.
All right, well, welcome back, everybody. We're going to start the second half of our lake seminar. I hope we have more success with issues in the chat and technology as the day goes on. Thanks for bearing with us. Next up, we have Dr. Mindy Morales. Dr. Morales Williams has been an assistant professor at the Rubenstein School at UVM since August 2017. Her research and teaching program focuses on nutrient flux and energy flow via land-water linkages and addresses the role of anthropogenic disturbance and climate change processes in the formation and maintenance of harmful cyanobacteria blooms.
Well, thank you so much, and thank you for inviting me to speak today. As you said, my research focuses on anthropogenic impacts on the formation and maintenance of cyanobacteria blooms, and I'm going to be talking a bit about that today, but more generally how disturbance impacts lakes and how they function, and that includes algae and cyanobacteria. And so we know that lakes are kind of the canaries of the landscape, and what I mean by that is that they respond very quickly to everything that's happening on the watershed and in the atmosphere. And so when things happen on the watershed, lakes are dynamic integrators of those things, and the changes we see in lakes happen very quickly relative to terrestrial ecosystems. And so they're really sentinels of climate change and anthropogenic disturbance processes. And so within lakes, algae are kind of the canaries of lakes. And so because algae have doubling times of hours to days, a community can turn over very quickly and change to something new if there's any kind of short or perturbance or disturbance that happens in the lake. And this could be like a nutrient pulse, it could be the lake mixing, it could be longer term temperature shifts. And we can see this happen very quickly over short time scales, or we can see larger changes over longer time scales, indicating something is happening in our lakes. And that's what we're seeing now in response to climate change. And so I won't spend too much time on this because Peter did a great job this morning of talking about how climate change might drive blooms and some of the changes we expect in lakes as a result of climate change. But I just wanted to share this figure. This is from the most recent Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change assessment report from 2022. And what it's showing you is all the different types of observed changes in lakes that are attributed to climate change. In freshwater ecosystems, not just lakes, including tropical, subtropical, temperate, boreal, I'm combining words, and polar ecosystems. And so I want you to pay special attention to these two because this is kind of the part of the world that we're in temperate and boreal lakes. Boreal is a bit farther north. And so you can see we expect with climate change to see increases in surface water temperature. We expect to see shifts in thermal regimes in lakes. So that means changing stratification patterns where as water warms, they're going to be more stable and more stably stratified and mix less. Other types of lakes, more shallow lakes, this might be a different type of response in thermal regime. As we know from Lake Champlain, we're going to see a decrease in ice duration. We might see decreases in oxygen concentration, which has significant impacts for all kinds of wildlife, fish included. We're going to see an increase in the length of growing season, which has significant implications for the duration of cyanobacteria blooms in lakes. Expect to see, related to that, an increase in cyanobacteria blooms, an increase in the productivity of some lakes, but a decrease in the productivity, meaning algal biomass, in deep lakes, related to these shifts to stratification patterns where, as Peter also mentioned this morning, you might not get as many nutrients from the bottom of the lake in some deep lakes that don't have watershed inputs. We expect to see an increase in browning, so an export of carbon from the watershed that causes lakes to be darkly colored or brown. Increase in evaporation, which has impacts on water levels. Decrease in animal body size, which impacts food webs, and an increase in ecosystem heterotrophy, which just means this has to do with gas fluxes to and from the lake. So lots of different interacting impacts on lakes from climate change, all of which can affect or be related to algal community composition and cyanobacteria blooms. And so most of my talk today is going to be about inland lakes in Vermont, but I just wanted to kind of give you some context for what's happening locally. So we know climate change is affecting Lake Champlain. We know that surface water temperatures have increased nearly 4 degrees Celsius in parts of the lake since 1940. Stratification and mixing patterns are altered. We're seeing decreased ice cover in the lake. We see more frequent and intense storm events. This results in things like erosion, combined sewer overflows, nutrient pulses, all of which have cascading effects for algae and other life in the lake. And so Champlain is what we hear a lot about, right? But there are some serious issues, as you all know, facing our inland lakes in Vermont. And so this figure was made by Leslie Matthews, and it's a really interesting trend that we're seeing in a lot of the inland lakes, where all of our oligotrophic lakes, or most of our oligotrophic lakes in the state, are increasing in spring total phosphorus. Many of the eutrophic lakes are decreasing or stable, and many of the mesotrophic lakes, or moderate nutrient concentrations, are stable in phosphorus. And so this is kind of an alarm, right, that we need to pay attention to. Though our oligotrophic lakes are still oligotrophic, everything is kind of approaching mesotrophy. And so it's important to pay attention to these rapid changes early as they're happening in the oligotrophic lakes. And so that's one of the issues facing inland lakes in Vermont. Others are recovery from acidification, which can result in browning or accelerated warming of the lakes. We're seeing proliferation of benthic algae, which someone brought up this morning. And I'd love to talk to you more about that and know which lake you're on, because we're starting some projects looking at proliferation of benthic algae in my lab. And we're also seeing more oligotrophic blooms in inland lakes in Vermont. And so generally we think about cyanobacteria blooms happening in eutrophic or high nutrient systems, but there's increasing evidence that these are occurring and increasing globally in oligotrophic lakes. And so this data is from a paper that from the Global Lake Ecological Observatory Network that both Peter and I collaborated on. And essentially it's summarizing different traits that make cyanobacteria successful across systems, but specifically in oligotrophic lakes. And what I have pictured on the screen here are two cyanobacteria taxa that we find frequently in oligotrophic lakes, that bloom in oligotrophic lakes. The first one that's kind of blue colored is Gliotrichia acuminata, and the other one is Dolichospermum limmermanii. Excuse me. What these two have in common is that they have a resting stage in the sediment. And so if you look in the, I don't know if you can see my cursor here, but if you look where my cursor is and this kind of like green glob of cells in the middle of all the brown cells, those are resting cells called aconites. Oops, there we go. And so they can hang out in the sediments until conditions improve and then reemerge from the bottom of the lake and form regular vegetative cells. And they can do that with some of the buoyancy regulation that Peter mentioned this morning. And so what happens, because they're kind of, they look kind of like puffballs. So when they come out of the sediment, they bring a lot of phosphorus and nutrients and all kinds of things with them. And then they have specialized cells that allow them to fix atmospheric nitrogen. And so they need very little nutrient-wise from the lake itself, right? So they can be very successful in lakes that are very nutrient replete or deplete, low nutrient lakes. And over time, as these things bloom, they can amplify the nutrient cycling in the lake, so bring more and more phosphorus into the water column as they emerge and senesce and emerge and senesce over the years. And so these types of attacks are things we need to keep an eye on as they start to increase in oligotrophic lakes, particularly in Vermont. And so my research in my lab group focuses primarily on the effects of disturbance on lakes at landscape scales, ecosystem up to landscape scales. And so I'm interested in characterizing landscape scale disturbance gradients and paleolimnological biotic indicators of environmental change. So I have a master's student, Ismar Bavarovic, working on that in about 80 lakes in Vermont. We're working on the impact of timing and magnitude of disturbance on phytoplankton diversity and toxicity in both Lake Champlain and Lake Carmi. Some upcoming work is going to be working on understanding the heterogeneity of algal responses to disturbance across lake zones. So how does this differ from benthic algae to pelagic? And how are those processes linked? And then finally, I'm interested in looking at traits or characteristics of algae that allow them to persist across timescales in response to disturbance. So what type of algae are going to be very happy and successful in our lakes with increased climate change? What can we expect to see in the future? And so now I'm just going to go through kind of a sampling of some recent research that is coming up out of my lab and some of our upcoming work. And so the first one I want to show you is from my former master's student, Sydney Diamond, who graduated last year. And she was interested in decoupling of chemical and biological recovery from acidification in montane lakes. And so she worked on the 12 acid lakes in Vermont and specifically focused on Beaver Pond. So she wanted to know if lakes recovering from acidification would return to pre-industrialization algae, or with new climate stressors, will that prevent biological recovery? And so she, the DEC was very kind to give us a sediment core that they had in their freezer or fridge from Beaver Pond. And she characterized the diatoms, which are a type of algae that has silica cell walls, so are preserved very well in sediments, to look at long-term trends from about 1850 to the present in the lake. And so this is a little bit of a complicated graph, but this is what she found. So essentially, excuse me, what you're looking at is, you can think of each of these bars on the graph as a sediment core, and the size of the bars indicate the abundance of each of these diatom species. And so then the top of the core, the most recent sediment, would be from about 2000 in this case. And then the bottom of the core is about around 1850, a little earlier than that. And so she found that the diatoms that were present pre-acidification did not return post as the lake recovered from acidification, but instead new taxa that were similar functionally to the ones that were there before, but different species emerged. And so we saw a shift in community composition to a recovery of the diatom species, but to different taxa. And so that tells us that there's some other kind of confounding factors, likely climate change factors, that are impacting the return of these taxa as the lake recovers from acidification. On a larger scale, my current master's student, Ismar Beberovic, who's pictured here, is a stats whiz. He's really great with analyzing large data sets. And so Kelly Merrill and Leslie Matthews shared with us this amazing paleolimnological data set. And basically what this is data from the very top of sediment cores and the very bottom of sediment cores from, I think we have about 103 lakes, but 80 are pictured here. And what this plot is telling you, the first one that's kind of a line with all the lake names, is the magnitude of difference in algal community composition from the bottom of the core to the top of the core, where the lakes at the top have the greatest change in algae from pre-industrial to the present, and the lakes at the bottom have the least amount of change, right? And so what's significant about the ones at the top that have the greatest amount of change is most of these are shallow lakes, right? And so it seems that of this set of 80 lakes that we're looking at, the ones that are most sensitive to long-term change are the shallow lakes. And so we can take that apart a little bit and think about what factors are driving that large change. So the middle plot is basically just correlating that degree of change with environmental variables like pH and alkalinity, which are indicators of acidification or recovery from acidification, and then nutrients, total nitrogen and total phosphorus. And so that dissimilarity index, the greatest change is plotted in red on that middle plot. And so we see the greatest change tracking with alkalinity. So increased alkalinity, which would indicate acid recovery. But we also see some similar change or some significant change correlating with watershed area to lake area. So the size of the watershed relative to the size of the lake. And scaling opposite, inversely related to total nitrogen and total phosphorus. So, so your oligotrophic lakes are also very sensitive to long-term change. And the next plot is essentially just showing you, this is a predictor of how those things are expected to impact long-term change in the lake. And so we see that alkalinity is the best predictor of long-term community composition change, and then phosphorus, and then nitrogen. And so I won't spend too much time on this part, but his next step then, when we identify indicator species of long-term change, so diatoms are really nice because they have very well-defined specific environmental tolerance ranges. And so if we know what was there under certain conditions, we can identify them throughout the sediment core in the lake and reconstruct the environmental history of things like pH or total phosphorus, things that you can't directly measure in paleo sediments. We can estimate what they were based on the types of diatoms or algae that are in the lake. And so, again, this is a very busy plot, but basically what you're looking at on the y-axis on the side here are all different species that are indicators or excellent indicators of two different variables. So on the left is total phosphorus, and on the right is pH. And so all these taxa here are very good indicators of high total phosphorus, and then the bottom ones in blue are good indicators of low total phosphorus. And so we can quantify those throughout a sediment core and create a predictive model or a transfer function that allows us to calculate long-term concentrations, essentially, of phosphorus in lake sediments. And then we can do the same thing with pH, chloride, organic carbon, or other types of environmental variables that we have long-term data on. Okay, and I unfortunately can't see my time because my screen is filled up by my talk. So if I get close to time, please just yell. But I think I'm okay. Okay, so the next study I just want to quickly talk about is something that we've been working on in Lake Carmi. And I don't know how many of you probably are mostly familiar with Lake Carmi and the aeration system that's been deployed there. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. But basically, what's happened in Lake Carmi is this aeration system has been deployed. So far, it has had some trouble. So it's been shutting off and turning back on and shutting off and turning back on. And what this has done is created an experimental system for us, or for me as an ecologist, to look at the impact of increasing disturbance on lakes, or the impact of storm events, because these shut down and turn on events cause some things that are similar to if you had several storm events in a row, such as water column mixing, nutrient resuspension, and sustained high algal biomass. And so just quickly, if you're not familiar with Lake Carmi, you probably are. It's a eutrophic system. It's dimictic to polymictic, meaning it usually mixes twice a year, but sometimes more than that because it's a relatively shallow lake. And it has mostly agriculture in its watershed. And so the questions, looking at the data from Lake Carmi that we've been collecting from pre-aeration 2018 to the present, I wanted to know if aeration has reduced the cyanobacteria biomass in this lake. And second, has it changed the timing and composition of blooms in Lake Carmi? And the idea with aeration is to introduce oxygen to the bottom waters, which then keeps phosphorus in the sediments relatively immobile. And so if we continue mixing the lake and don't resuspend the sediments, the idea is that that phosphorus or that internal loading will be reduced, and that phosphorus that would come from the sediment wouldn't be available for blooms. The problem is when the aerator generators shut down and come back on, some of that phosphorus, the lake can become anoxic, and then some of that phosphorus can be pulsed back into the water column. And so in theory, if it worked consistently, this might be a good strategy to control phosphorus in the lake. And so what you're looking at now is just data from the past 4 years, pre-aeration to the present, of all phytoplankton biomass in the lake. And so on your y-axis, you have a metric of biomass. So that's all the algae, how much algae is there. And the line in the middle of each of these boxes is just mean biomass. And so what this plot is telling you is that in year 1, 2, and 3, there was no change in overall phytoplankton biomass. But then in year 4, phytoplankton biomass significantly increased relative to previous years. So there was a significant increase in overall phytoplankton biomass in year 4 post-aeration. But then we wanted to know if aeration has reduced cyanobacteria biomass specifically. And we found a similar result. Also, no, we found a significant increase in cyanobacteria biomass in year 4 post-aeration. And so there was no change in the first year after the aerator was deployed. There was a bit of a decrease in year 3, but then a large increase in cyanobacteria in year 4. And so then the question was, well, okay, has the bloom composition, like the type of algae that are there, has that changed with our aeration? And so don't worry too much about all the different names of the taxa on these plots. What I want you to pay attention to is the distribution. So when the blooms are occurring and how long they last. And so you'll see in 2018 pre-aeration in Lake Carmi, we had a pretty significant sustained bloom throughout the summer season, which decreased into the fall. So by October, you have very little cyanobacteria biomass. And what's happening here is there's another small diatom bloom. So the organisms that we were counting in the sediment that I mentioned earlier, generally at this time, when the lake turns over again in the fall and mixes, you see a second diatom bloom. We see something similar after the aerator was deployed, but you can see into the fall, we have a bit more cyanobacteria biomass, so that's increasing. The diatom biomass is decreasing, which isn't shown on this plot. This is just cyanobacteria. And again, in 2020, we have a bit more cyanobacteria into the fall. And then finally in 2021, our most recent year, in September and October, we had very high cyanobacteria biomass in the fall and a very large decrease in diatom biomass in the fall. So it seems like the cyanobacteria is displacing diatom, the diatom bloom in the fall that we would generally expect. And, there's a couple implications for this, not just that cyanobacteria blooms aren't great, but for the food web, diatoms are a much better food source for upper trophic levels for zooplankton and things than cyanobacteria, which are lower nutrient quality. And so, interestingly, what we've done with this aeration-induced, or with the artificial aerator, is induced a disturbance phenology. So the aerator malfunction, it results in mixing and nutrient pulses that are similar to climate change-driven disturbance events. And so, this has caused increased fall biomass and shifts in community composition. And so it'll be really critical going forward to assess the functional diversity of phytoplankton and bloom assemblages in our management strategies for our lakes. Okay, and this is almost the last slide. I just want to talk to you about some work we have coming up in my lab, thinking about similar questions of disturbance phenology or timing of when algae blooms occur for phytoplankton community assembly and ecosystem function. And so I was recently awarded a large grant from the National Science Foundation, an early career grant that's going to fund some of this work over the next 5 years in Vermont inland lakes. And so what we're going to do is try to understand the heterogeneity or the differences in algal responses to stressors across lake zones. So from benthic algal blooms out into the pelagic zone, and think about holistically predicting ecosystem response to stochastic disturbance events. In addition to that, we're going to think about identifying traits or algal characteristics that confer persistence across time scales. So integrating the very long-term paleolimnological studies that I was talking about with shorter-term experimental studies. And so these are all the kind of elements of this grant. This provides $800,000 for this work, again, over the next 5 years. So we're going to analyze fossil algae from lake sediment cores to understand long-term change and future trajectories. We're establishing the first museum collection of Vermont algae. It's going to be housed at the UVM Natural History Museum, or the Pringle Herbarium. We're deploying high-frequency environmental sensors in 4 Vermont inland lakes to be determined which lakes, so I'm open to feedback on where folks would be interested in those going. Also going to deploy experimental mesocosms to test algal resilience to environmental stressors. And we have some funding to upgrade student microscopy, computing, and imaging in our teaching laboratory at the Rubenstein Lab. And with that, thank you very much, and I can take any questions.
Great, thank you so much. It was a really interesting presentation. I don't currently see any questions in the chat, so if anybody has any questions, please put that there, or feel free to raise your hand or unmute yourself and ask a question. While we're doing that, Mark Mitchell, if you want to get your presentation up. Oh, so there's a question here about there being a control lake to compare the results.
For which study?
Doesn't specify. Maybe whoever asked that question would like to unmute themselves. Oh, for all lakes.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess that's tricky depending on the question you're asking. Generally, at least for our upcoming work, our study is designed with a gradient of lakes, and so we have the plan is to work on a range of trophic gradients, so from oligotrophic, mesotrophic, and eutrophic, and then couple that with experimental work. And so that allows us to test some controls in similar processes. But yeah, kind of, I mean, with the Carmi study, there's not a control lake, there's a control year pre-aeration. With the paleolimnological studies, those are very large scale, landscape scale types of things. And so.
I'm the one that asked the question, Chuck Barkley. The question, you know, in scientific studies, usually you have a control where you have, in this case, maybe a sister lake or lake nearby that you don't aerate, and then you would compare the results to make sure that what you're seeing is not just the impact of aeration, but maybe caused by some other environmental factors. So that's why I was asking the question, do we know for absolutely sure that what we're seeing is the results of aeration or not? And I would think the only way you could really tell would be to have a lake nearby or a similar lake in the similar environment that did not have aeration, and what did it experience over these years?
Yeah, that's a great question. And that's a question I get every time I present on Lake Carmi. But yeah, it's a great point. So what we do know about Lake Carmi is that we have long-term chlorophyll records, right, which are a proxy of algal biomass over the past 40 years. And so we know that post-aeration, those chlorophyll values have increased significantly, in addition to the actual algal taxonomy that I showed you. And so there has been a long-term significant change. You know, yes, we have monitoring data from other eutrophic lakes that are similar. But in this case, it's more of a temporal control because sometimes with environmental studies, that's the best we can do. We don't always have multiple resources for multiple lakes as a control. But it's an excellent question. Good point.
Thanks. We had another question about how deep do the core samples have to go to get to the pre-industrial time era?
These are all about 40 to 45 centimeters, so they're pretty short cores.
And then I believe somebody has their hand up. I believe it's Martha Poffett. Martha, if you'd like to ask a question, feel free to unmute yourself.
Thank you. Really enjoyed your presentation. So did I misinterpret that the change in alkalinity is the greatest correlate in measuring the success of your interventions, even more than the change in phosphorus levels?
Not quite. So that just meant that the greatest change in lake algal communities from pre-industrialization to the present is driven by changes in alkalinity. And so you can think of that as lakes that have recovered from acidification, that have changed a great deal in their alkalinity from, say, 1850 to the present, have had the greatest change in algal community composition. And so these lakes are not really managed, they're monitored. So they're remote lakes that don't have a lot of anything going on in their watershed, urban or agriculture. And so we're just kind of tracking the long-term effects of the Clean Air Act, essentially. And so that's what that's reflecting.
Great, thank you, Anna.
Okay, we do need to move on to our next speaker. So thank you so much, Dr. Morales. That was really a great talk. We really appreciate you taking your time. And next up, we've got Mark Mitchell. Mark has a bachelor's degree in forestry and a master's degree in limnology, and he's the lake monitoring and community outreach coordinator with UVM Sea Grant and the lake monitoring coordinator with the Vermont DEC Lakes and Ponds program. He also does lakes data assessment. He's been working with the DEC on and off since 2009, and he's back after a year working as a water quality scientist in New Zealand. We're very lucky to have Mark back with us. So take it away, Mark.
All right, thanks a lot, Laura. It's certainly good to be back. And today I'm going to talk about lake ice cover trends in Vermont. And so part of what we're doing at the Lakes and Ponds program in the DEC is collecting lake ice out and ice in reports, and done that for a number of years. So yeah, I've started looking at some of the data to see if we could track any trends, and looking how that might be connected with climate change, and then how that also can impact volunteer monitoring in Vermont, specifically the lake monitoring program, those volunteers and what they're seeing in their results for their data collection, what they're seeing in the lake as well, and changes in algae and cyanobacteria, as we've heard from before with Pete and Mindy. So with that, I'll just mention the photo on the left is actually Lake Champlain from Red Rocks in Burlington. So
Hey,
I
Mark,
thought the lake was.
See your presentation.
Oh, sorry about that.
That's okay.
I realized I just. There we go. I had it shared and I turned it off.
It's coming. There. Oh, that's your email. There we go.
Everybody see my screen now?
Yes.
Seems so. All right, so yeah, the photo on the left is of Lake Champlain, Red Rocks area, and I actually thought the lake might ice over this year. Got pretty cold there in January, but I don't think it did once again. So this was a huge fissure through the ice, kind of late winter. And so when I was talking about lake ice out, ice in, that can kind of mean different things to different people. There's some different terminology out there. But in general, lake ice out is considered when the ice melts away to reveal open water again. So this is ice that forms in the fall, late fall, or early winter, covering the lakes throughout the winter period, and then into spring, and the ice starts to melt away. And then lake ice in is when the lake becomes covered in ice in the fall after the fall mixing period, and then the colder temperatures bring the top layer of the water down to below freezing, so you form the ice on top. And so tracking these dates depending on the observations that are made and by the observer themselves, especially with lake ice out. So that could be when water first appears in the middle of the lake again, or when ice is receding away from the shoreline, or when the lake is completely free of ice. So there's sort of different definitions there. And then some lakes actually have ice out competitions. We have some long-term ones here in Vermont, some famous ones like Joe's Pond, where you actually set up a mechanism on the lake that's connected to a clock, some sort of a weight that falls through the ice and then pulls the switch on the clock, which gives an exact date and time. And as long as that's done consistently from year to year, it's a good way to actually track ice out dates. And then we currently have a web forum to collect some of this information. So any reports from the public, they can enter their observations into the web forum. There's a few different categories, and then an area where you can enter in specific description of what you see. So I started looking at some of that data, and especially the ice out competitions, which tell us a lot. So Joe's Pond is probably one of the most famous ones. So this is what their mechanism looks like out on the ice on the right-hand side there. This is photos from their website. And again, that's connected to a clock. So once that falls in, that's what's considered the ice out date and time. And, tickets are sold for these things, so they get pretty popular. And so why track lake ice out and ice in? one of the main reasons is to track trends in our changing climate. The ice is going to reflect air temperatures, throughout the year, but especially in the fall and spring, how that changes with our lake ice. So it's an indicator of warming temperatures. That's kind of what we're looking at, what we expect. To see earlier lake ice out trends. We've seen some other data already indicating, increases in summer temperatures, and then as well as winter temperatures as well. So also that would lead to later ice in trends. So that's the type of trends that we're looking at. And this leads to a longer growing season for plants and algae. There's obviously a lot of different factors, as Pete and Mindy had mentioned before, that can kind of influence exactly what's happening with plants and algae in the lake throughout the summer. If we have changes in ice cover, an earlier lake ice out could lead to different compositions in the algae and phytoplankton, as well as cyanobacteria. But in general, it's sort of a longer period of warmer temperatures for the plants and algae to grow, which also leads to a longer stratification period, as mentioned before, and that can lead to the bottom water in the lake depleting from oxygen, and that can lead to other issues like internal phosphorus loading from the sediments, which can feed algae, cyanobacteria, especially. So yeah, there's a lot of different factors that can go on from lake to lake. That's influenced by lake ice out cover trends. And so I looked at some other studies too, as I was putting together our data, looking at trends. So EPA has a website, which I'll show here, looking at climate change indicated by lake ice. So on the left-hand side, this is the ice in dates for a handful of lakes throughout the country, and they all show a trend where the ice in is actually getting later. So they have kind of November on the top and March on the bottom on the y-axis. And then this goes all the way back to about 1850. And then on the right-hand side, we have lake ice out dates, and they're all getting later, as you can see, for a group of lakes throughout the U.S. And this kind of correlates with what we're seeing in other areas, including in New England. So this is a USGS study. This one was actually put out in 2005. I think there's some probably more updated data, but it's looking at New England specifically, and changes in ice out dates. So kind of the same pattern we're seeing here. It's getting, ice outs actually getting earlier. I might have missaid that before, but so closer to April and even March now, and that pattern was seen throughout New England. And then we also have the State of the Lake report from the Lake Champlain Basin Program, and this is looking at Lake Champlain water quality indicators, and they have a section on climate change. And the graph on the left is just showing, NOAA data for Burlington, and that's summer maximum temperatures are increasing through time, and then the same with the winter average daily minimum temperatures are also increasing through time. And the graph on the top, the bar graph on the top, is Lake Champlain. Winters when the surface of Lake Champlain either completely froze over, so that's in blue, or didn't completely freeze over, which is in red, as with this past year. So you can see in like the early 1900s, it was freezing over almost every year, about 9 out of 10 times. And now that's kind of flipped to go the other way, where you might only see it a couple times within 10 years. So that's certainly an indicator of some climate change, probably one of the most obvious, good data sets that we have. So as far as Vermont inland lake ice out trends, so other than Lake Champlain, we have 15 lakes currently with 20 or more years of consistent data reported by either the same volunteers using the same methodology, or ice out competitions. And a lot of the lake associations have websites with the data recorded that I could pull from. And again, that's using that clock mechanism. So I did some linear regression analyses, just basic linear trend analyses of these lakes, and 14 of the 15 actually showed earlier ice out trends, just looking at the actual positive or negative trend overall throughout those 20 plus years. And on average, it came out to about a day and a half earlier per decade. And that lines up with those other studies from New England and the USGS, as well as the EPA studies, about a day or a day and a half per decade. And as far as ice in trends, we have a lot less data on that, but 4 of those 15 lakes that we had the long-term ice out trends, we have 15 or more years of data to look at. And that's also with the same volunteers and methodology. And then I also did some linear regression analyses of those, and all 4 of them show later ice in trends. Some are more than others as far as how the magnitude of the trend, but they all show later ice in trends. And so I'm just going to go through some of the graphs just to give you an idea. And some people might see their lake in here. And kind of what it looks like at the moment. I put up some of this information on the lake monitoring webpage, but we might develop a lake ice cover webpage in the future. So the first one here, and I have them in alphabetical order, but Lake Balmazine actually has one of the longest data sets going back to 1957, using multiple volunteers, but the same methodology has been reported. And this is definitely one of the, I guess, the highest magnitude trends. We can really see it's a very statistically significant trend with that analyses. And you can see kind of, it's as far as days after March 1st, that's kind of how I have it lined up. It's changed probably about 10 days in the last, 50, 60 years. So about a day or so or more per year. And then Echo Lake in Charleston, similar trend, which is statistically significant as well. So we have some data going back to the 1970s, and that's the same volunteers basically throughout time, with a couple of volunteers picking up where the other ones left off. And then Echo Lake is one of the ones that also has ice in data, and it does show a trend of later ice in. It's not statistically significant, but it's still showing that upward trend. So that kind of just goes along with, kind of what we would expect with the changing climate. Like Elmore, another one that's earlier ice out. And sorry, this was from, oops. So this is from the website. I include some of the sources up at the top, just to give an indication of what kind of data I'm collecting and looking at. Like fairly ice out, multiple volunteers, but same methodology, which is probably, when the ice is fully out. Halls Lake, same kind of thing. We have 1 volunteer that's been doing it the whole time. Also ice in data. And you can see that that's getting later as well. Harvey's Lake uses a ice out clock contest. So we've been able to track that pretty well, and same kind of patterns, earlier ice out. Lake Iroquois also now has a contest, but they've also recorded dates over time consistently. And we're also seeing earlier lake ice out. And then here's the Joe's Pond clock contest dates. So, this is really good, consistent records going back to 1988. And it's also statistically significant earlier ice out trends. Maidstone also has a competition and some historical data consistently collected. So that's what this is looking at, earlier ice out. And for Magog as well, also started recording ice in the 90s. So not much of a trend there, but still overall it's a later ice in trend. Lake Maury, this is from their website, going back to 1977, earlier lake ice out. Lake Raponda was the only one that actually shows a little bit of a later lake ice out, but really there's no trend there at all at the moment. That's from the same volunteers. And Rescue again, and this is from their website, earlier lake ice in. And then lastly, Seymour Lake has some good long-term data going back to the 80s. They also have a competition, but this was just using the volunteer data through that whole time. So a bit earlier lake ice in, or ice out, sorry, and then a little bit later lake ice out, excuse me. And sorry, yeah, Lake St. Catherine also has some data. It goes back to 1933. There's some historical records And this is definitely showing some earlier lake ice in trends, or ice out trends, sorry. So, how does this impact volunteer monitoring? What can volunteers do around the state? Pete mentioned earlier about trying to recruit more volunteer cyanobacteria monitors to gather more data to look at trends through time. So that's one of the things we're really trying to do with the lake monitoring program, recruit more of the current volunteers that we have to get trained up to do the cyanobacteria monitoring, to make those observations when they're already out on the lake collecting water samples or looking at water clarity. So we've had a lot of interest this year to sign up for some of these online trainings. So I've been working with Pete on that, as well as Lori Fisher at Lake Champlain Committee to offer those trainings. So hopefully we'll get a lot more data this year. And then, so this is with the lake monitoring program, really just trying to integrate it into our data collection. So I've included a section on the web forum where they submit their data for sampling to also submit data on observations that they make. So this lines up with the cyanobacteria monitoring program. If they're not already trained, they can at least submit some data here. And it's important to get data on no cyanobacteria observed, so clear water, so we can actually, track where we're not necessarily seeing increases in cyanobacteria, and also just to get some baseline data. So that's all I had. I just wanted to open up for questions and comments, and thanks for your time.
Thanks, Mark. So we have a question asking, do we know the effect of increasing winter rainfall events have on lake ice? And it appears that the rain partially melts.
It must have been that profound that everyone's kind of knocked off their seat.
Oh wait, can you hear me, Mark? Mark?
I'm sorry, I had it on my computer on mute. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I just realized now.
Yeah, okay, so there is a question. Do we know what effect increasing winter rainfall events have on lake ice? It appears that the rain partially melts the snow, which then refreezes, creating another ice layer.
Yeah, I don't have any information on that, but I think that is a great point. The potential for lakes kind of icing out and then icing back in. So, that information can be collected through the web forum. People can submit their observations to note just that. And obviously, if I had a report in January, I'd probably be a little suspicious that it's a real, lake ice out for the season. But, it's probably important information to have and to track. Since we have some of these winter thaws seem to be increasing and maybe even more, even really high temperatures at times. So, I would assume that could affect, the thickness of the lake ice, which could then lead to an earlier lake ice out as well.
I think just a thought that the ice in and ice out reporting forms, it'd be great if maybe through FOVLAP we could find, do like a yearly reminder to share that website with folks so that we can, get more information far and wide.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea.
Okay, any other questions? All right, well, we have a little break next on our agenda. So we can meet back at 2 for our final talk of the day. Thanks again, Mark, and all the other presenters for this, for your participation today. I just want to remind everybody is after this last talk, I'll put a link to the seminar evaluation in the chat. And so please, I think you'll also get an email to a link for the evaluation, but please take just about 2 or 3 minutes to fill it out. It's short, but it's really helpful for us as we plan. All right, so we'll see everybody back here at 2.
Okay, is Laura or anyone on who can hear me? Just checking in.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Can I try sharing my screen?
Sure, sure.
Okay, it's up in front of me.
Yep, it's working.
Okay,
It's
very
not-
good. Just okay to leave it right there?
Yeah, that's great. And we'll
Excellent.
get started in like 10 minutes.
Yeah, we're good. I just want to make
Okay.
sure everything worked.
Yeah, no, it's always good to check. All right, well, it's 2 o'clock and it is time for our final talk of the day. Thank you all so much for being here for the Lake Seminar. It's been a lot
welcome.
It's been a lot of really interesting talks today, a lot to think about. So after this talk, as I mentioned, we'll have a little bit of open Q&A time for whoever would like to stick around, and I'll put that link in the chat for the evaluation. So I would like, without further ado, to introduce Ken Wagner. Dr. Wagner holds degrees from Dartmouth College and Cornell University, with his PhD earned in Natural Resource Management in 1985. He has had over 45 years of experience working on a variety of water resources assessment and management projects, including lake, reservoir, river, and watershed assessment, rehabilitation and management, regulatory processes, and educational programs. In 2010, he started Water Resources Services, a small company with a focus on water supply protection and lake management consulting. He's a former president of the North American Lake Management Society and former editor-in-chief of Lake and Reservoir Management, a peer-reviewed journal. Ken is currently revising the Practical Guide to Lake Management in Massachusetts, which he originally prepared in 2004. So welcome, Ken. Oh, you've got to unmute yourself. See here.
Yeah, I didn't do that.
There.
It did it for me, apparently.
Yes, I muted everybody beforehand.
Okay. All right. Now, if I'm going to go back, let me know that the presentation shows up when I go back to it. Are you seeing it?
I see it. It's not in presenter mode.
It is now on mine.
Maybe it'll just take a second.
Give it a second. If not, I'll stop sharing and redo it. Any change?
Nope.
All right, let's stop the share. Get out of that. Go back to here. Go back to the share. Window. This is way more complicated than Zoom. Okay. How about now?
Yeah, I see the presentation. Again, it's, I can see the slides on the side. It's not in the full-on presenter mode yet.
It is for me, so why would it not be for you? Worked when we tried it at the break, right?
Yeah. Do you want to try hitting that button, the from beginning button, or?
I don't have a from beginning button. I can stop sharing.
Do you have two screens open?
No.
Okay.
Get out of that. Go back to. All right. I've just gone back and forth between presentation mode and whatever the alternative is. You're not seeing anything different?
No, why don't you try advancing your slides and seeing, just make sure
right.
we're seeing things happen.
Okay. So now you should move to climate change is ongoing. Yes?
No, I wonder if it's just kind of frozen there for a second.
All right, climate change is ongoing. Third slide, nothing?
Nothing.
What are you seeing?
Just the first slide still.
All right, stop the share again.
I think maybe, Ken, it might be in Teams, you get to share, as you have to actually pick, and it looks like you are maybe picking you have to actually pick the PowerPoint that you have open, and sometimes it picks another PowerPoint, the same PowerPoint, but anyway, when you
we
choose
did it
the
at the break, and
share.
I'm not doing anything different that I know of. Okay, so go back to opening the share tray. I just started it all over. Screen share. It's a window. And I'm sharing that. Okay. Are you seeing the presentation at all?
Yes.
Okay, but not in presentation mode.
Correct.
Okay, so now I'm going to go slideshow from beginning. Changed for me. No reaction?
Hasn't changed. I mean, I guess we could roll with it in this mode, or, you know, I have yours
Well,
up.
you've got it. You could bring it up and work that way, whatever you want. It's just a little frustrating that it worked fine at the break and not now, and I'm not doing anything different that I know of.
I know.
It showed the same thing at break though, Ken.
Oh, I was told it was okay. No?
Yeah, I guess I didn't. I mean, I just meant that I could see your screen, I think.
Ah.
All right.
Okay.
Well, you just tell me when to advance. Does everybody see?
All right, so I have to stop sharing, I think. Or did you stop my share to begin with? Yeah, okay, I'm not in it now. All right. Are you seeing it okay?
Everybody else seeing it okay?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not advancing anymore, so you must have it. Okay,
Yep.
let's
All
work
right,
this
so you
way.
just
It'll
tell
be
me when
just
to
fine.
advance.
Yep. All right. So, what do you need to know? Actually, as the last speaker, I guess it's sort of my job to tie it all together and keep it interesting. The reality is, a lot of what I want to tell you, people have already said. I'm just going to pull it together in a different way, and we didn't confer ahead of time, so this just worked out pretty well. Go ahead, move to the next one.
Just a second, trying.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything changing.
There we go.
Okay. All right. So, climate change has been going on for a long time. This isn't anything new. We've always had climate change, but it's on like 100,000-year cycles. It's not, as quick as what we're seeing now. I doubt we have very many climate change deniers on this line, but I'll admit up front that I was always a climate change. What is that? Okay. You're jumping back and forth to a slide that isn't mine, or at least that's what I'm seeing. Anyway, I'm a climate change skeptic, not that they're skeptical of the change, skeptical of the causes, the mechanisms, and the details. I'm one of those people that wants to see the data. I want to convince myself. Well, the report I'm showing you here is what did it for me. It's over 2,000 pages long. It's a horribly boring read, but man, is it chocked with really great information. So if you need to justify the case for climate change and what needs to be done, this is the document I would direct you to. It's very nonpartisan. It is, multi-country effort, and they're really good about ranking statements they make from 1 to 5. 1 meaning we think this is right, but we don't really have the data, to 5 where we've got this nailed down. Very, very unbiased presentation of excellent information. The bottom line is the causes do vary. The recent ones very likely are due to human activities. It is not rapidly reversible, so we have to learn to adjust. I've hung in here for all the presentations. Your second speaker, I guess, on the climate change management program for Vermont did a great job laying stuff out. Bottom line, it's not going to be enough, not even going to be close to enough, even if you could pull off everything they said in the time frame. The reality is we're going to be experiencing what we're experiencing well past the lifespan of anyone on this call. And it'll probably be close to 200 years if we do our job well before it gets back to what we knew when we were younger. So it's kind of depressing in that regard, but you got to do something. Go ahead, move on. Next slide. Okay. All right, just so you get some data sense for this, if you look on that left-hand slide, that's, 100,000 year increments on the y-axis, or excuse me, the x-axis across the bottom. You can see the kind of pulses. So again, climate's always changing, but the naysayers say, well, it's just one more thing like we've always had. Well, no, if you look at the current level in the red there, it's spiked up incredibly in the last, century. In reality is it turned out to be about the last 60 years. And I'll come back to that. And here's just the one on the right is just showing various data that all show the same thing. They're not big numbers if you look on the right. I mean, that's 3/4 of a degree centigrade, change over a pretty substantial amount of time. But it is going up, and it's going up beyond what we've ever seen before. Next slide. Okay, just a little bit of statistics. I don't want to scare anybody. Just basic mathematical truism. The higher a value becomes, the more variability you can have around it. That kind of goes without saying. It should be pretty straightforward. Obviously, in the top diagram there, chlorophyll versus phosphorus, that's certainly affected by climate change, but it's not about climate change. It's just simple lake parameter. When you have very low phosphorus, you'll have low chlorophyll and the variability won't be very high. When you have high phosphorus, first off, it stops being limiting and lots of other factors kick in. So you can wind up with pretty wild variation. Same deal on the bottom one. That's just looking at phosphorus in surficial sediment. The further out you go, the more likely you are to get the more organic and phosphorus rich sediments, and the values will get higher on average, but the variability will be higher. So this is what we're faced with. I don't think anybody cares all that much about a 1 or 2 degree centigrade change. It's the variability around it, which can be huge, that's doing us in. Next slide. Okay, again, along the same lines, when you have high variation, you need a lot more data to detect a trend. You've seen some of that today in various presentations. You can't get it from an occasional measurement. And you heard when the commissioner spoke about, I'm sorry, no, it was Steve Paulson talking about the history of doing this work, that they often couldn't answer the question because they didn't have enough data to be able to tune out the noise. And these are just examples looking at snow extent, and you can see that there's a downward trend, but man, any given year could be way higher, way lower. And it varies over the course of a year, depending upon what month you're looking at. In the months where we get more snow, there's more variability. And that's what we're looking at with climate change. Go ahead, next slide. All right, the results of climate change are not the same everywhere. We know about serious drought in the Southwest, and that shows up on that slide, but I deal mostly in New England. Today we're talking about Vermont. Well, look at it up there with the green shading. You have the highest increase in precipitation anywhere in the US based on these climate models. Of course, the reality is these aren't just models. These are based on real data. You're going up, it's not huge, you're 20+%, but that's a lot of water. That's a big change. This is since 1901, so it's 120 years worth. It could be as high as 30%. Of course, they just color the whole state the same color. Obviously, there's northern versus southern gradients and east versus west. Bottom line is New England is getting wetter as a result of climate change. Other places, not so much. The timing and the magnitude of storms are changing. You've heard that today. That's really important. Go ahead, next slide. All right, so what do we expect in the northeastern USA and in Vermont specifically? Well, we're getting a slight increase in the amount of precipitation. Whether or not you call that slight is a matter of degree. 20% is pretty substantial, actually, and 30% is kind of outrageous, but okay, it's an increase. Warmer waters, which lead to more rain and less snow. For those of us that cross-country ski, it's a bummer. Of course, there are places that have had some of the snowiest, conditions on record in the last decade, but that's because of the variability. Average, getting warmer, more rain, less snow. There's a shorter period of ice cover. You just heard a talk about that and how it's changed, and I have very similar data. Fewer but more intense storms. We're getting drier dries and wetter wets. We're getting droughts even in the Northeast, but then we get deluged with water. Warmer summers are giving us warmer water. That is a huge impact on lake ecology and function. And there's greater variation. Again, broken record. I'm going to say that over and over. Go ahead, next slide. All right, so here's some ice out data from Winnipesaukee. Now, ignoring that curve that's fit to it to show what's happened over time, statistically, I don't get much out of that. It's a big scattery, boom, shotgun blast. I don't see any real trend in that. But it goes back to 1880. Or 1850, and now you're looking at this huge variability. Now go to the next one. Okay, here's data from oceanographic work that's very, very fine-tuned, very well done. And if you look at what happened up to about 1960, it wasn't a great change. There was some increase, a couple of decreases for annual versus and summer versus winter, where there was a slight increase, but it really wasn't a major change. A lot of noise. But after about 1960, look at it. They all snap into that upward trend of warmer water. That's what we're seeing. Now let's go back and look at Lake Winnipesaukee again. Next slide. Now, if you just look at the 1960 and afterwards, well, it's still a lot of scatter. You can see that there's clearly a downward trend. And in fact, it's somewhere between 1 and 2 days earlier ice out and later ice in per decade. Where'd you hear that before? Last talk. It's what's happening. It's what's going on everywhere, at least in the Northeast. Go ahead, next slide. All right, so what things get influenced? You've heard some of these already. The flushing rate, the water level, the nutrient loading, the establishment of stratification, timing, and where it is in the water, sediment oxygen demand, which I don't think anybody's mentioned. That's a really important one. Plankton dynamics, she's had a whole talk on that from Anna Morales. Survival and growth of plants. Didn't hear too much about that, but that's another biggie. Next slide. We'll walk through each one of them real quick. All right, so variable flushing. Again, if you get drier dries and wetter wets, you can have periods where the water just stagnates and other times where it just blows through there. That upper right is a pond that has a huge watershed. Typically, water isn't in there long enough for anything to accumulate on the surface, and yet here it is in 2016, which was our driest year, at least in Massachusetts in recent memory. I think it was in most of New England. I know it was in Maine as well. And of course, it's just covered with duckweed, actually, is what that is. The one on the lower left is a small pond in Wellesley, Mass, outside of Boston, where a short, intense storm just turns the whole thing into chocolate milk or coffee with cream, whatever you want to call it. And that water level is a lot higher than it was. Also a really big watershed versus the size of the lake. So we're getting all kinds of wild changes as a result of this variability. Next slide. All right. Variable water level. I love this one. This is Winter Pond, also outside of Boston. Nobody messed with the water level on purpose. This is naturally what happened. 2016, really dried until way out. A puddle was left. August of 2017, almost exactly a year later, quite full, looking okay. This is what happens. And this dry versus wet years are going to have drastically different effects. The situation can be made much worse where you've got withdrawals and they don't scale them down during drought. But where it's a water supply and the people need the water, I mean, it's one thing to stop watering lawns. It's another thing to tell them to stop taking showers or drinking water. So there's a lot of major impacts possible in the near shore zone. I know that in Vermont, there is a lot of attention paid to the near shore zone and its importance in both lake health and the terrestrial lake interface. So we've got a real issue there with fluctuating water levels. Go ahead, next slide. Okay, variable nutrient loading. You've heard about this. Diagram at the top is just a great example with real data. More rainfall, more phosphorus loading. No way around it. I see this over and over and over where the data are good. Non-point source loading is going to rise. The internal loading will also tend to rise because the warmer temperature accelerates decomposition, which accelerates oxygen demand, which puts you in a situation where phosphorus can leak back out of the sediment when it's exposed to low oxygen conditions. The mix of intense storms and prolonged dry periods are going to induce a lot of variability. You had a whole lecture on that from Anna Morales as well, looking at the lack of stability or the heterogeneity of plankton communities in response, and looking at Lake Carmi where they artificially are doing this by poorly managed aeration. But this is real stuff. The drought, though, this is the plus, could actually improve clarity. I don't know what the data will show in Vermont, but I know in Maine they did a really big analysis and found that 2016, where it was dry, they were getting 20 to 25% clearer water, 20 to 25% greater Secchi disk measurements, just so they weren't having the runoff come into the lake. Now, the internal load could be a problem under those circumstances, but oftentimes, at least in deeper lakes, it stays sequestered in the bottom and won't hurt you as much if you don't have the storms to cause the mixing. Go ahead, next slide. Okay, stratification. This one's really important. It's not just how fast it sets up, but where it sets up in the water column. And that is a function of the weather, which is somewhat driven by the climate. And that becomes a real issue because, again, the variability induces changes that we can't really control or we're not really able to predict. We can explain it, but we can't predict it. This is a great example from a lake I work on out on Cape Cod. In 2008, the thermocline was down around 8 meters, and they had a pretty serious cyanobacteria. It was toxic Planktothrix, not one you want in your lake, but it stayed down there. Nothing happened. A proposal was made by someone, not me, to do an aluminum treatment there to try to get rid of the nutrients that were fueling that cyanobacteria layer, and it got turned down because they were afraid of possible damage to the mussel population from the aluminum, which had absolutely no support by literature experiments, but that was the call. The very next year, the thermocline set up much shallower, around 5 meters. The same layer formed, and in August, a storm came up, mixed part of that up there. The toxins were serious, and they lost 95% of their mussel population. Then they were allowed to do the aluminum treatment. So there's some bad calls being made there, but admittedly, nobody had any way to know that the thermocline would set up the way it did and things would go the way they did. We just knew it was a possibility. Next slide. Okay, oxygen demand. This is one of the most important things I think you need to know that really, I don't think has really been touched on. Well, that's not true. I think Peter Isles mentioned it. I know he's well aware of it from all the work on Missisquoi Bay and other places. Oxygen demand increases with temperature because it increases the metabolism. You get faster decay, more oxygen demand over a bigger area of the lake for a longer duration each summer. No good comes from low oxygen, but it can lead to greater phosphorus release from the sediment. A lot of the phosphorus in New England is bound to iron. Iron goes from ferric to ferrostate. It basically changes its valence and it releases the phosphorus, and the iron itself goes into the water column. So water suppliers don't want it either because they don't have to deal with the iron and manganese in the water supply, but you're also getting extra phosphorus release. Now look at the actual graph there. A good number for hypovolemic oxygen demand is less than 0.5 grams per square meter per day. Don't worry about the units so much. 0.5 is a good number. Well, this poor lake doesn't quite have that low a number, but okay. 1 gram per square meter per day will give you anoxia probably late in the summer over a substantial portion of the lake. Depends on the lake and the morphometry and a lot of other things. Not good, but it's not horrible. But a value of 2 grams per square meter per day will give you anoxia early in the summer, very likely to lead to substantial internal loading, very likely to support plankton blooms. And because more phosphorus is being released by nitrogen, the nitrogen phosphorus ratio shifts in a way that favors cyanobacteria. So bad deal all around. When we graph out the bottom temperature, and this is the bottom temperature, see, it's pretty cold, versus the hypovolemic oxygen demand as measured, you can see that we're literally over the range of possible temperature changes that we have seen in this lake, and this is over the last decade or so, we're getting a doubling of the oxygen demand. You know, the rule of thumb in a lot of physiology is you get a doubling of metabolism for a 10-degree change. I'm seeing it with 4 to 5 degrees. This is scary. Now, maybe this lake isn't indicative of all lakes, but bottom line is that increase in temperature in the bottom water, forget about the surface water, the bottom water, making a huge difference to oxygen demand, which is a major influence in most lakes. Next slide. Plankton dynamics. You already had a nice talk on that. Different algae groups prefer different temperatures. Not that they can't survive in virtually the range that we would see in most lakes, but their metabolism, their food storage products, their ecology varies. Diatoms like colder water, as do the golden algae, and you saw some examples there. Greens prefer an intermediate temperature, and blue greens like it hot. I think Hans Perl had a science paper that called "Some Like It Hot" or something like that. You know, now there are blue greens that'll bloom under the ice. That Planktothrix I just mentioned will do that. So it's not that they can't survive, but they are at a competitive advantage in warm water. So that warmer surface water is a real risk for getting more cyanobacteria. Next slide. There's a lot more to plankton dynamics. You've heard a fair amount about it. I won't beat that horse. Plant survival and growth. You know, lakes are freezing about a day later per decade. You know, the plants can survive longer into the fall and even the winter. Now, a day per decade doesn't sound like a lot, but again, think of the variability around it. 1 year, it might be 10 days later. And now that invasive species got almost 2 more weeks to grow and spread and drop seeds. All these things matter. So there's just a series of lakes, some of which are your area, showing how that change has occurred over time. Next slide. It's just the same thing in reverse. The thaw, on average, a day earlier. So we're getting about a 2-day swing, 1 day less of ice in the fall, 1 day less of ice in the spring, and everything's getting warmer. That earlier start to growth can make quite a difference. A day, nah, probably not. But again, that's per decade. It's been going on since at least the 60s. So now we're talking about a whole week of change And of course, with the variability, maybe it's 2 or 3 weeks. That 2016 dry year was also a really wimpy winter. We had plants that never even died off down here. We had some ice cover, but not a lot. And it didn't last long. And most lakes were iced out in late February. Now, that's a little foreign if you're up on Willoughby, but that's a real issue here. And I had a couple programs where they do harvesting and they couldn't keep up with it. It's like trying to mow a couple football fields with a push mower, or worse yet, one of those little, spinning blade things that isn't even powered. You just couldn't keep up. Next slide. All right. So there's a summary from an international conference a few years back, and this also figures into some things you've been told. What things to expect? Well, higher frequency of extreme events, dry or wet, hot or cold, whatever. Increases in external and internal loading. Changes that are induced by higher temperature, almost none of which are good other than feeling like you can get in the water earlier to swim, and more variable water level. The water level makes a lot, it's a big deal in the lake. Okay, what's the most critical action to take? And these guys rack their brains. We'd love to change the temperature, but that's not realistic. We'd sure like to reverse climate change, but I've already told you it's not going to get reversed in our lifetime. Nobody on this call is going to live to see it reversed, and that's really troubling. But what they came up with, reduce the nutrient loading, control the sources, trap stuff, keep the nutrients out of the streams and the lake. And we've been getting told that over and over for years. It is absolutely true in the context of climate change. It's the one best thing you can do for your lake. Next slide. All right, so rather than just leave you hanging with that, I'm going to tell you the things you have to consider. Protective watershed management. You need to control as many sources as possible. Well, we all want to eat, so there have to be farms. We all want to put gas in our cars. I can't wait for them all to be electric. I have one electric car, but I've got a van that's gas powered that hauls my boats. But we got to have a gas station somewhere. We've got to have impervious surface the things run off of. There are real problems with moving in the right direction here, but boy, whatever you can do to protect vegetated area and open space needs to be done. Runoff storage capacity. This is tough because you can't take wetlands and turn them into detention basins. It's not supposed to happen. We've got laws to prevent that in most states, certainly in Vermont. So you've got to find ways to capture the runoff. Certainly the low impact development techniques, the on-site little things that create rain gardens and otherwise infiltrate it, absolutely the way to go. But it's on private property. You can't really legislate it. You got to provide incentives and education and hope to get the job done. It's frustrating, but it needs to be done. Phosphorus inactivation. These are treatments that counter the effects of climate change. You can put more aluminum into a lake, replace the iron that's holding that phosphorus, and the aluminum won't give up the phosphorus when the oxygen is low. There's another product called Phoslock, which is lanthanum based and has bentonite clay. Also works similarly, although it has a possible benefit in the bentonite clay may form a coating on the organic matter, reduce the oxygen demand. There's not really good data to document that yet, but it's a possibility. There are other inactivators too that are used. There's a range of things. Aluminum is by far the most common used in the United States and in New England and in Vermont, although I've made a lot of phosphorus inactivation projects in Vermont. All I can tell you is it's philosophically unsatisfying to do that instead of remove the actual offending sediment or keep the nutrients from getting into the lake in the first place. But think of it like a leaky boat. If you have leaks in your boat, you got to patch those leaks or the boat's going to be useless. But if you haven't patched the leaks and the boat is full of water, even if you patch the leaks, the boat is still useless. You have to deal with the internal legacy phosphorus load. And that's where phosphorus inactivation comes in. Your alternative is something like dredging, which is a wonderful option if somebody could afford it and get a permit for it. Not easy to do. The other alternative is circulation or oxygenation. I could give you a very long lecture on this. The Lake Carmi thing was doomed to failure from the start. I declined to get involved with it because I didn't see any way it was going to work. That's knowable, and that was unfortunate. Now, they treated it as sort of an experiment, and that's good. It made a great lab for some good papers, but I could have told you exactly what was going to happen. Aeration is going to mix water. Unless you've reduced the phosphorus availability, it's going to get worse. It's certainly not going to get better. In some cases, you do get less buoyant cyanobacteria because they don't like to be moved, but you don't necessarily get less cyanobacteria. If you look at what Dr. Morales showed you, she got a shift in types of cyanobacteria, but not any less of it. Occasionally, we do get less of it, but the lake is still plenty green. Oxygenation doesn't have to mean mixing. There are ways to get oxygen down there without mixing the lake. I don't have time to go through all that. There are 7 different ways to do oxygenation, including the different mixing strategies. There's a lot to know there. Don't can the whole technique because of one example. And unfortunately, there's a history of doing that in Vermont. There are good things to come from getting more oxygen in the lake. Unfortunately, it's hard to do. And it has an ongoing cost. So phosphorus inactivation, which is a one-shot deal for maybe 20 years, tends to be favored. And finally, plant control efforts. We're going to need every technique we have to deal with invasive species and even an overabundance of nuisance species. So if you're really opposed to drawdown, herbicides, dredging, mechanical harvesting, all I can tell you is you're doomed. Get off the high horse. Realize we need every technique at our disposal. We need to use the right tool for the right job. I don't put in screws with a hammer, but I also don't put in nails with a screwdriver. Use the right tool for the right job. There are ways to do this. Next. Okay, just some examples. Protective watershed management. You don't want the upper left where they've just denuded the whole thing. You want to landscape in ways that's friendly to the lake. The lower left ones I use a lot, trying to explain that no matter how many best management practices you apply, you cannot make the land on the right side of that lower left picture ever function like the land on the left side of it. That's not possible. If you look at all watershed best management practices, and there's wonderful databases online. There's one called bmpdatabase.org, which is an EPA funded site that does like peer reviews of real projects. The answer is the vast majority of techniques will not do more than cut the load in half. But when you develop a piece of land as urban area or agriculture area, we generally increase the loading by an order of magnitude. So cutting an order of magnitude in half is still 5 times what it was before it got developed. So protecting the watershed in the first place is what you need. And that's a tough sell when it's privately held and people want to build their homes. But the bottom line is that once you get more than about 20 to 30% of a watershed developed as human habitation or agriculture, the water resource is in trouble. Next slide. Storage capacity, again, any way you can get it. Clever detention basins, infiltration basins, rain gardens, anything you can do, particularly on a small site basis. Next. Phosphorus inactivation, I've already spoken about this. It works. I don't know what else to say. It's the most effective, dramatic technique that I have encountered in my 45 years of doing this work. It's not something you force fit into every occasion, but it's amazingly flexible. I can treat sediment and stop it from contributing phosphorus. I can treat the water column after storms and strip it out and improve the clarity for at least the rest of that season. And I can dose incoming tributaries when it rains or anytime I think I need to take the phosphorus out before it ever gets into the lake. There's a lot of things you can do with this technique. I see us doing a lot more of it, not because it's philosophically satisfying, but simply because it works. Next. Circulation, oxygenation, again, there's all these different ways to do it. What you guys have been doing in Carmi is basically the lower right with a bunch of bubbles coming up. There's all sorts of other ways to do this. The clever of which is the middle bottom one, where you pull the water out, oxygenate it, and put it back in. And it doesn't cause the lake to mix, and you can make this highly oxygenated water roll across the bottom and take care of the bottom. Now, it doesn't always work. It has its own issues. I know Lake Carmi, the fact that the system has stopped and started a bunch of times is really the big problem there. It's one of them. The same thing can happen to any of these techniques. There are solar powered versions. There are things like the top left is just putting out pure oxygen, which vaporizes in the kind of the reverse of a radiator on land. And the gas goes out under its own power down the tubes and bubbles out. Phenomenally effective if you have at least 20 feet for the oxygen to be absorbed in between the bottom of the lake and the thermocline. Well, most lakes don't even have that. So it's not an applicable technique everywhere. Again, right tool for the right job, but there's a lot you can do with circulation and oxygenation. Next. And finally, plant control efforts. Again, there is no technique we can afford to throw out. I actually work in areas that don't even allow grass carp. I have one grass carp project I've ever done. It's in Virginia. It's actually worked fairly well, not as good as I'd like. And yes, they get more algae as a result, but it's a water supply that can deal with it. Herbicides, I don't like putting chemicals in the water. I like putting phosphorus inactivators in the water. But again, if I've got a problem, I'm going to use the right tool for the right job. Dredging, absolutely. Setting the lake back in time. It's the closest thing to real restoration we get. Most of what we do is rehabilitation, not restoration. We don't truly put it back the way it was. However, if you can dredge a lake and remove all that accumulated sediment, that's a huge change to the whole ecology of the lake. Of course, some people liken it to burning down the house because you have termites. It's a major shift. But of course, it's so expensive and so hard to permit that you don't see much of it. And simple stuff just like hand harvesting and staying on top of new invasions, get them early. We do not do nearly enough rapid. Next slide. Yeah, so that's where we stand. You've heard a lot today about the different effects of climate change, the different details of how it affects our lakes, and almost none of it is good. I'm telling you, we're going to have to live with this for quite a long time. So we need to look at our watersheds and look at our lakes and figure out which buttons to push and can we realistically push them to keep the lakes as safe as we can. It's not an easy task. And we really need not just Section 319 and 303D, we need Section 314, the Clean Lakes Program, put back on the roster with funding, because working in the lake is just as important as working in the watershed. So with that, I'll stop. If there's questions or general discussion, we can go to that. I guess I need to unshare. Or no, I didn't share anyway.
I unshared. Yeah, great. Thank you. If anybody has any questions, feel free to raise your hand or write it in the chat. There's a comment about enforcement of the Shoreland Protection Act, and that is actually a topic we had talked about, maybe talking about at the annual meeting, just kind of helping people understand how that enforcement process works.
Yeah, I mean, that act's only what's less than 10 years old now. I mean, it's magnificent because you got it.
2014.
Yeah, okay, so 8 years. But it needs the enforcement part, no question. That's the problem with any regulation. You got to first you want to educate, and then you have to enforce. And it's a tough sell. People, when somebody showed a great picture of the lawn down to the lake versus the buffer strip. I think it was for the loon talk. And it's exactly right. You need to have those buffer strips. Bob Kirshner, retired from Chicago Botanical Garden, gave a great talk called What Will the Neighbors Think? And it was, how much can you do on your property in terms of naturalizing it before the neighbors think you're sloppy and you don't care. And it was pretty interesting. There's a lot of little structural details, but you can do a lot and actually be a beacon of rationality and environmental soundness that will lead the neighbors in the right direction if you do it right. If you try to wholesale, just let everything grow in, they're all going to think that you're some hillbilly or whatever. It's tough. I see a question there. Somebody said, missed what I said about aquatic weed harvesting. I don't think I said too much about it, and I probably should have. You're mowing the lawn, and that's not a bad thing. I mean, if I have a lawn, I mow it, and I got 17 species in my lawn, and I'm proud of it. I don't much care about it all being grass or not. A lot of moss out there. But you are cutting the plants. And if you do it well, and you time it up so that you don't let things drop seed or create winter buds and things like that, you can shape the community to some degree. Generally speaking, though, invasive species are invasive for a reason. They're good at it. And just harvesting them gives the other plants a chance, but it doesn't make them all that superior. I have one lake, they've been doing this now for 17 years, and I've yet to see a shift to the species I want, but we have kept the native or the nuisance species and the particularly invasive species down to a manageable level in most years. So Weed harvesting is kind of like phosphorus activation. It's not philosophically very satisfying because you're just chopping stuff and you're not really changing the community too much, but it can work. And actually, the one lake where I've done this the most, it basically leaves us with a submerged aquatic community that's great for habitat, but the upper, 3-4 feet are open for boating and people. It's expensive equipment. It takes operators working a lot of the time. You probably have to do at least 2 cuts a year. If you're running with a really big lake, you're going to need a fleet of these things. It's expensive. Herbicides do the job more cheaply, quicker, and sometimes better targeted to species you don't want. On the other hand, there's lots of potential corollary impacts there as well.
Jack Witness had his hand up, so he could, if he'd like to unmute himself and ask a question.
So thanks, Ken. This was great to have you at the very end. I think you did a nice synthesis of things that happened along the way. It's great to have someone with your great knowledge and experience. A lot of us don't have that, so if we don't have questions, it may be because of the depth at which you took it. But I have a couple of sort of general questions. So each lake seems to be, I would say, unique, and that's why each lake perhaps needs to be looked at separately. I'd be interested in your comments about having people like yourself come and do evaluations of lakes. And then if recommendations are made, I guess I'd like to have you speak a little bit more about how you overcome these issues where these are on private property, maybe a lake association that wants to have things happen. How do you what are the effective ways to get your neighbors and other people on board, to have those folks that have those lawns that you were just speaking about and that we all know about? How do you reach those people, reach consensus, and really get things done to deal with the climate change issues? It's a lot to unpack, but I know you're up to it.
Well, yeah, that's a tough question for sure. I wish I had the answer. The framework for this is that lake management, frankly, almost all environmental management, maybe all life, it's a three-legged stool. Science, economics, and what I call institutions. That's everything from the lake association through the town, through a state agency, whatever, federal involvement. It's regulatory stuff, it's people's perceptions, it's interactions. The science is always improving, but everybody can understand it if they want to. We're not doing rocket science. I mean, there's lots of details, but it's all understandable. It can be explained. Everybody gets the economics. I can tell you what it costs. You can tell me if you can afford it. It's the institutional side that causes us to fall down in lake management almost every single time. I can think in 45 years of just a handful of projects where the economics or the science didn't really work out. It's always the institutional side. Lowell Klessig passed away a few years back, one of the founders of NALMS, gave talks on sustainability before sustainability was a word people were using. And he used to talk about the inadequacy of our institutions to make lake management work. This is in the 1980s. And the last time I heard him talk was 1998. Things haven't changed in 20, 30 years, 40 years. And sometimes our institutions change a little, but not with regard to lake management. We still can't seem to get the job done. And there's a couple reasons for it. A lot of people are pulling in different directions. And that gets to your point about how do you convince people to do stuff. I mean, you get people that move up from a city and they immediately want to turn, I shouldn't say that, people move up from the suburbs and they want to turn the lake into the suburbs and have the lawns and the whole routine. What I've actually found is people that move from cities don't want lawns because they weren't used to taking care of them in the city either. They're actually the best ones to have because they like to leave it completely natural and they appreciate it. At least that's been my experience. But there's, the fishermen don't want the same thing as the long distance swimmers. The boaters versus the swimmers is always, you've got different user groups that have conflicts and they're legitimate conflicts and they can be worked out with time spacing, zoning, I don't mean regulatory, just, spacing things out. It's workable if everybody gets together and works through it. Unfortunately, things are getting worse because we live in a society where we're now conditioned to just scream your point of view and ignore everybody else's, slant the data to favor your part and delete anything that doesn't favor you. It's horrible. When I was growing up, this is what we expected of used car salesmen and maybe lawyers and maybe real estate people. Now it's everywhere. The scientists are slanting things, so they want you to do X, Y, or Z. I mean, if there's anything I say on my own behalf is I put all the cards on the table. I don't tell anybody that this is all good and there's no bad side or vice versa. I got nothing to sell but brains and integrity. I don't make any money off of a given technique at a lake. So the idea is you want to get this straight with all the neighbors and everybody in a lake association. And lake associations are the way to go here. You want everybody in that tent, no matter what their interests are. Okay, how do we make this work for you? And how do we make what you want work for other people as well? And it's that communication thing, which came up in several talks. Unfortunately, I don't have any magic way. I mean, you can read different books on the subject. The most recent one I read is called The Misinformation Age, which was fascinating. I thought it was going to be an expose on some of our politicians. It wasn't. It was an indictment of our science-based stuff where even with good intent, we're misleading people. And it's a fascinating book. A lot of mathematical modeling in it, which I was not at all expecting. But the bottom line is by selectively leaving things out or by giving everybody equal time when something is a real extreme minority opinion, you tend to create more problems than you solve. It's hard. I've often said to people, people ask me in meetings, well, if this was your lake, what would you do? So, well, that's easy because you've just made me dictator, if it's my lake, but it isn't my lake. What I would do doesn't matter. It's what you guys want to do and what will work for you. And you got to get everybody to drop the defensive posture and this is what I want and the hell with everybody else attitude. And there's just getting to be more of that instead of less. So you got everybody to think through, okay, this lake is going downhill if we don't do something. Or better yet, this lake could go downhill and we really need to protect it. And selling protection is harder than selling remediation. But that's what you get. Do you want this to stay the same? A friend of mine works in Maine, he used to work with me in Southern New England. He's always said, send me more pictures of the disasters. I got to keep convincing people up here why they should spend money not to look like your lakes. And he's right. Vermont be the same idea. Yeah, you've got to get people to understand this is what could happen.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Ken. We just have about 15 minutes left.
That's fine. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to monopolize.
No, that's okay. That's okay.
I get up on that soapbox. I said, Team Mention, it's nice to have me at the end. There are people who like to have me one talk after the end.
No, thank you so much. And again, thanks so much to all the speakers. We do have, 10 or so minutes left. If anybody has any general questions they'd like to ask of our Lakes and Ponds team here, or any interesting climate change observations they've seen on their lakes, or any burning questions from the day, we can do our best to answer them now. Also, I did put a link in the chat to the seminar evaluation. So I do see there is a hand up. Jamie.
Hi, I just one observation. I was knocked offline in the seminar on climate change by a very violent thunderstorm and high winds and extremely heavy rain. And I'm looking across the lake at giant sediment plumes off Sunset Lake Road that we've been dealing with now for 10 years. So it just was ironic that that happened right during the during this seminar. It was a doozy.
Hey, Laura, there's a question from Chuck Barkley about are herbicides dangerous to the native species? Can folks eat the fish harvested from a treated lake? So I can comment a little bit about that. In the past couple of years in Vermont, we've only been permitting one type of herbicide, which is Procellacor by a company called CPro. One of the reasons we target this, we've permitted this particular herbicide is that it has a very significant impact on the target species, which in Vermont is invasive Eurasian water milfoil. And it has very limited to no what we call non-target impacts. So there's been studies done on what are the impacts of Procellacor on invertebrates, what are the impacts of Procellacor on other plant species, native plants in particular, the kind of plants that we actually want to have around. And in general, the non-target impacts are non-existent, negligible, not statistically significant. We did a study in Vermont on the lakes that we had treated before and after with Procellacor, and there was one native plant species that had a slight downturn in terms of frequency of occurrence, which is sort of abundance. But all the other species either stayed the same, or a few species actually increased. A few native plant species increased. So our perspective for that particular herbicide is that the non-target impacts are negligible, and therefore the term we use under statute is acceptable. In terms of risks to human health, it's the Vermont Department of Health typically addresses that issue. We definitely put a 24 to 48 hour ban on taking drinking water out of a lake on the day that the treatment takes place. And if we do authorize an application of that particular herbicide, one of the requirements for the permittee is they have to provide drinking water to any households that use the lake for drinking water, because during that period, we advise against, and the Department of Health advises against, taking drinking water out of the lake. Typically, that particular herbicide is non-detectable 24 and always 48 hours after treatment. And so what the Department of Health and drinking water experts have told us is, as soon as that particular herbicide and its sort of metabolites, or what it decomposes into, is no longer detectable, it's safe to start using the lake as a drinking water source again. So that's the advice we've gotten from our experts at the Department of Health and drinking water. In terms of your question on fish, we don't have data on that. Fish can bioaccumulate toxins in their bodies. So there's always that possibility. When we looked at PFAS in fish tissue in Lake Memphremagog, we only found trace or non-detect amounts. But that's just one example. But we don't have a lot of data on are fish safe to eat after herbicide application using Procellacor. But we don't think that there's any long-term or risk there. The Vermont Department of Health, who does the fish consumption advisories, has looked at that issue, and they have not given us any particular fish consumption advisory in lakes that have been treated with Procellacor due to what they know about that chemical. So that's the best I can do to answer that question.
I would simply second everything Oliver just said. It was well stated. That's a good appraisal of where we're at.
And then Kelly, you had your hand up as well.
Yeah, I just like to tie the first speaker and the last speaker together at this for this meeting. I just put a link in the chat to an article that Ken wrote for Lakeline back in 2018. And it was an article entitled, "If at first you don't succeed, managing Morse's Pond over 25 years. Yep. And, Ken's written a lot of things. So this is one thing I'm going to pick out to just share with everybody. But in the lessons learned part, he said 3 lessons stand out over 25 years of involvement in the management of Morse's Pond. First, the value of a very public planning project should not be underestimated. 2 similar plans were developed about a decade apart, but the first plan had minimal public input and failed to garner the support it needed for complete implementation. The second effort, conducted under a spotlight with a large participatory audience, was much more successful. And this aspect of lake management is often overlooked, but is frequently the weakest link in the process. And it links back to what Steve Paulson started in the beginning about, was just, getting, as those who are monitoring lakes need to get our data out to the public in a way that they can understand it, and understand it for each of their individual lakes, so that they can become involved and develop goals, and that together we need all the players at the table from the beginning together. And I just think that's what I love about FOVLAP and the relationship FOVLAP has developed over the years and work to develop with the Vermont Department of Environmental Conservation, and especially for the Lakes program in particular. And the more we can strengthen that relationship, I think the more successes we can have for lake management and hopefully less failures moving forward. And that's, I just wanted to it was sort of interesting sort of how you both sandwiched together the whole meeting today. So thank you and all the other speakers and everybody who's attended too.
All right. I think maybe we have time for one more quick question before we wrap things up for the day. Jack?
So I'd like to pick up on what Kelly was just saying, the importance of groups getting together and talking and discussing. It's very important for us to have the best evidence we possibly can. We don't know everything. It's a process we'll learn with time. I think what she was talking about on a larger level, I think on our individual lakes, some of the points Ken was addressing, I think in part it's a question of trust. Do your neighbors trust you? Do they believe you? And I think that the social fabric that exists on your lake and the communication that you have and how you and your neighbors treat one another and talk to one another may be one of the ways to get through some of these institutional types of problems that we talked about. And so not just for Ken, but for everyone of the knowledgeable sort, I just wonder what you think, at least on the local lakes, which many of us are coming from and where we feel our problems most acutely. How important is it to talk with our neighbors? How important is a sense of trust to get things accomplished in the direction that will protect our lakes?
It's the most important thing you can do.
Yeah, that's a really important closing thought for all of us to take with us. All right. Pat or Oliver, do you have any final closing words of wisdom?
I do. Thank you, Laura. I want to thank everybody for attending. I particularly want to thank Laura for all the work she's done on this and for monitoring it and keeping everything on track today. And I want to thank the FOVLOP Events Committee, ably chaired by Jackie Sprague, our Vice President, Jan Parsons, Dave Johnson, Jerry Bergdahl, for getting this organized. And I especially want to thank all of the speakers. It's just been, I think, a fabulous program. So interesting, so much to think about. Just really, really appreciate it. And thank everybody for coming and taking the time. We recognize that almost everybody here is a volunteer. You're taking, your own personal time. You're not getting paid to be here to listen to this and then to take all of this information and implement it in your lake association. So we appreciate it. And, my intention is to always keep that front and center and to continue to push for the kinds of support that our lake associations need so that they can go out and do the work. And that means, staffing in DEC, especially the Lakes and Ponds program, and funding for these projects, because we can talk a lot about prevention and all of these types of things, but we do have to have funding to implement. So we're always thinking about that. So once again, thank you everybody for all the work you're doing and all the work you've done to put this program together. And I don't know, Oliver, do you have anything you wanna add in closing?
Thanks, Pat. Thanks to FOVLAP for co-hosting, and great job, Laura, and all the other organizers from different FOVLAP committees. Your volunteer work is commendable, and yeah, we hope to see you out on the lakes this summer. There's some exciting monitoring work, aquatic invasive species prevention work. We hope to be adjudicating your shoreline development permit applications, so we can do that development as needed in the best way possible for our lakes, and the various public meetings on issues of importance that I already spoke about. So very happy with the participation today. Thanks again to all the speakers, and have a great weekend, everybody. And we'll see you out on the lakes over the next few months. And thanks again. Take care.
Thank you.
Thanks, Laura. Bye, everybody. Thank you.
Thanks, Laura.
Yeah.
See you, everybody.
And we'll try to get this survey out another way.